this directive.
But more specifically, were you ever informed that the minister has a difficulty with the filling of these posts that you were wanting to fill? Were you ever informed of that?
Not at all. I was not informed. Hence, commissioners, I'm drawing inference, and I say it's my view. The only level that I was aware that it is informed of the situation is up to the National Commissioner's Office.
So as matters stand, you don't know why the minister gave this instruction?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sim.
Thank you, Commissioner. So you were not consulted, but you were also not informed?
Yeah.
Were these posts then subsequently advertised and filled at any point?
Not yet.
So they remain vacant?
They remain vacant. Also in the directive or the letter, that those posts, they include provincial heads of crime intelligence that are currently vacant, which are, as we have 9 provinces, the vacant provincial heads posts are not less than 4. So between 4 and 5, one can confirm that. So if you have no leadership in close to 50% of your environment in the country, indeed, then you have a problem.
Thanks. Is there anything else you want to say regarding the first instruction on the posts?
No, I've said it all.
Okay. Commissioners. So the second instruction concerns ports of entry. And it's specifically a request that a new plan must be developed. Can you comment on this paragraph?
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. At first glance, looking at the heading of the letter, a directive on matters relating to crime intelligence, yes, you bring it closer home. And then the second one, ports of entry, you become a little bit confused because it is the responsibility of the division, visible policing and operations. And then going to the third part, it talks to the political killings task team. So reading the heading was then confusing a bit, because one will expect that when you draft a letter, the heading helps you to understand the content of the letter and the logic, so as then you are able to understand. But then this part, the inclusion of ports of entry, and of which I think it's the one that is more tabulated or explained in the letter, then one has had to go through it and try to understand. The directive is clear that it talks to the review as well as the review of the deployments in that particular environment, as well as the operational plans to deal with the threats that are being addressed at the point of entry. But it's worth mentioning that as a division, that is also part of the deployment in the ports of entry, as well as having a plan that we are implementing, one can safely indicate that we are happy with our current setup and also the plan itself. And we have seen a lot of improvement in that space when it comes to cross-border drug trafficking, more especially. The cooperation that we have within SADC, as well as through Interpol and other country-to-country agreements with identified countries that we are working on drug trafficking. One can say, as a division, we do not see the need to review our plan in that space because it is still effective. But then as and when the time comes for that review process now for the whole of SAPS, we will be part, and then, but we won't change our plan that is working. Instead, we'll try to improve on it. That is what one can tell or comment on the second part of the directive.
General, you would agree with the minister when the former minister, when he says that the efficiency of the plan should be reviewed from time to time. Would you agree with that?
I'll agree because in that environment, it's not the space that is dealt with by just in the space of a port of entry. So I'll agree on that reason.
And do those reviews take place by an interdepartmental body?
Looking at the directive, it was talking to those reviews taking place at the beginning of the year, but one has not been appraised or invited or informed of the reviews then that they had started.
I'm just saying, as a matter of course, those reviews would take place by the interdepartmental, some structure. Is that what would normally happen?
What normally happens, it's not like review or interdepartmental review. All the departments that are occupying the space, they have clear defined roles, which needs then to be coordinated in terms of activities, as it's stated in that paragraph, that the main stakeholder now in that space is the newly established Border Management Authority that is supposed to be leading even the interdepartmental review. Although all of us, we are playing our roles, but then that is the BMA that is expected under normal circumstances to coordinate the activities, including maybe the need to review.
And were you aware of any challenges?
Plan, we are monitoring our activities, and up until now, we were still satisfied with our plan that is in place, as well as our performance.
Thank you. one of the instructions in that paragraph 2 is that in the development of
Thank you, not maybe, because of my previous deployments. Introduced myself, I referred to myself as an all-rounder or a complete police officer who has been everywhere within SAPS. I spent a lot of years within the division visible policing. The ports of entry, we have the rotation, the month-to-month deployment, so as then we avoid weaknesses that are coming along with a person who's permanently in the border environment. Then in other, so now I'm referring to my previous life. Hence then I want to be clear that there will be those discussions that the same needs then to happen at all other ports of entry, so as then we avoid the challenges that are related to integrity issues when you have a permanent deployment.
Okay. But as you understood it as at 31st December 2024, you weren't aware of, you weren't aware of challenges in this regard?
No, I'm not aware.
You weren't informed of any of these challenges?
No, Commissioners.
Okay. So anything else you wish to say on paragraph 2?
No, that is
okay. So we can go to paragraph 3 then, which is the heading Political Killings Task Team. And I want to first confirm that you have been involved with the PKTT from its inception. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
And when was that from?
From July 2018.
From July 2018?
Yes.
And in this letter, the former minister refers to the formation of an interministerial task force. And you confirm that the PKTT was that interministerial task force.
As I indicated, Commissioners, that the terms and choice of words sometimes used in the letter, they are confusing, and sometimes they talk to maybe not from a well-informed part, because we do not have a task force. We don't use that language in whatever processes and activities with regard to PKTT. But we do have the interministerial committee that we have referred to it in most of the time, even during this commission.
General, there are witnesses who have referred to the National Task Team, referring to the PKTT. Yeah. Would that characterization be correct?
Thank you, Commissioner. The choice of adding N at the beginning again will be maybe an individual choice. Why I say so, because from us that started the whole thing, our understanding is within SAPS there are lots of task teams within SAPS. A district commissioner might decide to establish his district task team for a specific purpose. the same as the provincial commissioner, the same as the national commissioner. That is then the task team. And then the political killings task team was established by the national commissioner, the political killings task team. Now, the choice of using N might come when then we talk of an interdepartmental, because on my previous testimony, I tried my best to explain the route that we took to get to where we are. To say when when we moved from SAPS only task team to interdepartmental, that's when then the national departments came in. So the choice of using N, of adding N, might come if then you want to understand that interdepartmental part of the PKTT.
So, thank you, Commissioner. It was a national task team in the sense that it was set up at by the national executive. Would that be right, to describe it in that way?
Yes, it can be right.
And okay, so it was established by the national executive, and it was funded from the national budget, not from the provincial budget. Is that right?
Yes, it was established by the national commissioner. There is an N there of national commissioner. It's funded from the national budget. There is an N there. Then the part that I was explaining was the one that talks to it now being guided and overseen at national level, starting with the interministerial to the directors general of the national departments. So hence then I say the choice of adding N, unless if it's meant to confuse, but if it is meant to explain, one can explain it like that.
Thank you.
So national task team is not descriptive enough, especially if you say there are several task teams at various levels. So national task team could be any national task team. So that's not descriptive enough, whereas PKTT is descriptive.
Yeah, as we speak now, according to my limited information, we have 2 more national task teams that are running in the northern part of KZN, as well as one in the Western Cape.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Chair. So then to go back to what you were just saying, the Interministerial Committee that you say had this overall view on the work of the task team, is that right?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Chair, we've been able to obtain the minutes of the Interministerial Committee and to have them declassified. May I ask leave to submit them formally for the record as an exhibit bundle? And the exhibits number from CJC 8 all the way to CJC 17.
File 1.
File 1 exhibits bundle. And if I could ask the witness and the commissioners to turn to that bundle now. CJC 8 Commissioners, is the confirmation of receipt of the request for the declassification. And CJC 9 is the letter from the authority that was required to declassify the minutes, which is the presidency, confirming the declassification and attaching the minutes. So if we could please turn to CJC 10. That's where the minutes begin, and it's at page 4 of that bundle. General Khumalo, that set of minutes is dated 21 May 2018. Do you have it?
Yes, Commissioners.
Is this the first meeting of the Interministerial Committee?
Yes, Commissioners, that is correct. It's the first meeting that was convened after the establishment of the IMC, which took place on the 21st of May 2018.
So, in other words, immediately upon its establishment, a meeting was held?
Yes, Commissioner.
And if you turn to page 5 of the bundle, which is page 2 of the minutes, can you confirm who was in attendance?
Thank you, Commissioners. I can confirm that in attendance was the Minister of Police, Minister Bicele, the Minister of Defense and Military Veterans, Minister N. Mapisangagula, and the Minister of Justice, Constitutional Development and Correctional Services, which has combined by then, Minister T. Masuta, the Minister of State Security, Minister D. Litsatsi Duba, the Premier of KZN by then, Mr. Premier Mchunu, and the Member of Executive Council of KZN, Mr. Kaunda, who was the MEC of Transport, Community Safety and Liaison.
Just for clarification, do you confirm that the Premier at this time, Premier Mchunu, is not, it's not, and we don't want to confuse this person with Premier, with former Minister Mchunu?
Yes, I can confirm that this was Premier Willis, as is normally referred to, Mchunu.
Thank you.
Not the current Minister of Police.
Ms. Hassan, maybe for correctness, there is the mistake that is repeated of referring to Minister Mchunu as the former minister. He's not former minister, at least not yet.
I take the correction, Commissioner Baloy. Okay, so these were the, this is what made up, these were the heads of the Interministerial Committee, is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
So these departments then and ministries continued to have involvement in the oversight of the PKTT throughout its existence. Would that be correct?
That will be correct, as directed and established by the President.
Thank you. So we don't need to go to it in exhaustive detail, but just so that we can get the main aspects of these minutes. The first serious presentation was a political presentation by the Premier. Is that right? And that's on page 6 of this bundle.
That is correct, Commissioners.
And in that presentation, if we look at the second bullet, The minutes state that a task team was established in 2011 to find the causes of the political killings. What task team was that?
Although one was not part of the meet, was the then provincial task team of the police that was dealing with political related cases. So if the reference here on this second bullet is made towards the now political killings task team, then one will say the premier meant then the provincial team that was in place by then.
Okay. I should have asked you when we were confirming the attendance whether you were in attendance at this meeting.
Although there is no, I don't see the attendance list, but I was still not part of the now PKTT in May. I only became part around June when we were then brought in to start compiling the new strategy and the plan that was going to be implemented from July onwards. But why then I say, commissioners, that one would have to rely on the attendance register? It's because it was during the period, one is not having the dates. It was during the period when I was either deployed as a brigadier in the province together with the then acting provincial commissioner, Lt-Gen Dumisani, as he testified, or because as a brigadier, my main responsibility was on national intervention operations. So every time there is an IMC, there is a national intervention that is directed, I will then be expected to be part because it's my line function. Hence, then confirming that I might have been part of this meeting either because I was deployed in KZN or because of my line function at national level. But in terms of being involved in the form of the PKTT now, I was not yet.
No, I accept that. But so are you saying you do not remember whether you were at this meeting?
Yes.
Okay. And that if you were at the meeting, it would have been for whatever your role was. You were not at that point involved in the PKTT.
Yes.
Okay. And you don't remember. That's fine. So the point of the bullet 2 is that there was a provincial task team within SAPS to deal with political related killings.
That's correct.
Okay. So if you turn over the page to page 7, there's then a presentation by Major General Qiliza. And it's entitled Progress Report on Political Related Killings to the Minister of Police. So it would have been Major General Qiliza then who would have been responsible for that provincial task team, is that right?
The minutes suggest that because he's the one who presented the progress report on political related killings to the ministers on that day.
Okay, so if we go then to we see there was a second presentation by Minister Xiliza as well. And we see that on page, I think that, no, but that was page 7. That was his report. And then there is a, yes, there's a second presentation on page 11. At item 2.3.1, do you see that?
Yes, Commissioner.
And in that report, there's a list of cases, those that are finalized, those dockets that are ready for trial, et cetera, et cetera. Are those the political related dockets that were being handled by the team at the time, the provincial team?
On the report, on the minutes where these reports were presented, it won't be easy for one to clearly distinguish between the two presentations, because the first presentation by Major General Xiliza refers to an overview of political violence related cases, and then from 2011, 2012, 2016, and then giving the stats and the status of those cases. And again, under 2.3.1, another presentation by Major General Xiliza again, now with the title Matters Involving Politicians. So it's not easy, especially as I've explained, that I was still not part of the process as to what is the difference between the two presentations on the day.
Okay. So if we go to page 13, we see that there was a discussion following the presentations, and the ministers listed a series of concerns. I'm not going to read through all of these concerns, but would it be correct to say that one of the concerns raised by the ministers was that the political killings in the province was escalating?
That is correct, Commissioner.
And could you just read out the first two bullet points of the decisions on page 14?
On page 14, under the heading Decisions, the meeting resolved that the task team coordinate its work and minimize working in isolation to each other. Then bullet 2, the task team should have purpose, objectives, role and responsibilities, as well as the frequency of meetings, in brackets, terms of reference.
And the third bullet?
On page 15.
On page 15?
The
The first bullet on page 15.
The first bullet on page 15, the task team should develop an investigation and prosecuting strategy that will mitigate all the risk factors associated with the investigation and prosecution, such as...
Pause
the
there,
list.
and then there's a list.
Yes.
Now, this investigation and prosecution strategy, is that the strategy that you began to develop when you became involved in June?
That is correct, Commissioners. It's one of the recommendations that we had to attend to as we came in June.
Okay, thank you. And then if you turn over to page 16, There is a presentation made by the NPA, Advocate S. Abrahams. Do you see that?
Yes, Commissioner.
And then there is a further set of discussion and decisions by the IMC, which is recorded at page 17. Can you just read out for the record the two bullets that contain the discussion and decisions?
The second discussions and decisions on page 17 of the minutes, the first one, ministers expressed similar concerns that NPA is providing statistics which are conflicting the statistics which were presented by SAPS detectives team, and this is attributed to the fact that the task team members are working in isolation, in brackets, no coordination. The second decision, a dedicated team of prosecutors should be part of the task team to guide the investigation team in order to improve the quality of cases put on trial and improve the conviction rate.
Do you have any comment on those decisions?
Thank you, Commissioners. Indeed, the decisions were pointing towards real challenges that was facing this task team, this provincial task team, the lack of coordination was demonstrated by the fact that within one meeting, there are 3 different task team reports that are presented, which shows that there is no coordination of both activities and accountability, which then one will say the interministerial committee were not wrong in their findings, as well as recommendations as to what needs to be corrected.
Thank you. So then if we go to the next set of minutes, which is CJC 11, the date of this meeting is 12 June 2018. So this is the second meeting, 1 month later, of the IMC.
Yes, Commissioners.
And were you present at this meeting?
Yes, Commissioners, I was present.
So at this meeting, we see the attendance and adoption of agenda, etc. What I would like to turn to is page 22. And there we see a briefing by the acting KZN Provincial Commissioner. And this was Lieutenant General Mkhunazi, is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
And what was the gist of his presentation or his briefing? It's a lengthy briefing, so I don't want you to go into the detail. But if you recall the gist of it, can you explain to the Commissioners?
Thank you, Commissioners. The gist of the presentation by the acting Provincial Commissioner by then was first the fact that there were the new team was not the new team. The plan to establish the new team had started. So he referred to the number of dockets that had been collected and analyzed already, and also referred to the investigation and prosecution plan on page 25 that had already been provisionally approved by the National Commissioner pending the endorsement by the IMC. That was the most critical issues, and also he reflected on the issue that the strategy and the investigation plan will be given a full budget and resources from national level, and then the team will be restructured. So he was announcing to the IMC, looking at the challenges identified in the first previous meeting. So he was attending to most of them with the plan that was in place as to how all those weaknesses were going to be attended to.
And the conclusion then was the proposal that was made by the National Commissioner at the time, and that's on page 25. So it was the restructuring and a development of this strategy or investigation action plan. If we turn over the page, the last bullet of the proposal by the National Commissioner, which was National Commissioner Sithole at the time, is that the task team will be reinforced by a team of tactical intelligence and strategic intelligence. Why was that necessary?
The National Commissioner was proposing his structure at national level that was going to oversee, because if we start from the previous page, he is talking of the last bullet on page 25, when the National Commissioner said, as part of monitoring and overseeing the task team, Lieutenant General Sibiya and Lieutenant General Tsumane, who was the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection by then, will be responsible for that task of overseeing the team. So he was briefing the IMC that the oversight will be at national level. Yes, the team will be operating in the province. Hence, then on the next page 26, the point there, he was stressing, because intelligence capability is a national competency. They are not the responsibility of a district, a provincial, or a provincial commissioner. So the National Commissioner was bringing in the then Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence to be part of the overseeing team at national level.
Thank you. So we can then conclude these minutes with reference to the resolutions that were adopted on page 27. There are several aspects of these resolutions that speak to the work of the PKTT going forward. The first I'd like to refer you to is the second bullet, that the investigation strategy and prosecution should have a cost or budget, targets, and timeframes. Did that take place? Was that strategy costed and budgeted?
Yes, that is correct, Commissioners.
And was that subject to constant review?
Yes, Commissioners, I'm not.
The second is that the task team is to be restructured and reinforced by additional 13 investigators from other provinces. Did that take place?
It did take place, Commissioners, and the number of investigators kept on increasing as the number of cases allocated to the team were also increasing.
And for the record, you are reading from bullet number 4, Ms. Asim.
Bullet number 4.
Thank
you,
you.
Chair. And then bullet number 5 is, reads as follows. The revised structure of the task team and the strategy with the budget should be presented, to read it as it is, presented to Minister of Police by 15 June 2018. Was that done?
It was done if we are going to go to the minutes of the next IMC, we'll say that.
It was presented in the next
In the
IMC
next
meeting.
IMC
Right,
meeting.
okay. And then the 6th bullet is that as part of monitoring and oversee the task team, General Sibiya and General Dumisani will be responsible for such task.
Yeah.
Was that, were they responsible, and did that in fact take place?
Yes, indeed. The General Sibiya was the chairperson of the National Steering Committee, which was made up then of General Jacobs of Crime Intelligence, General Tsumane of the DNC by then of detection, as well as other DDGs from other national government departments like NPA and State Security.
Thank you. So then that would, one more item just to confirm, and that is the 3rd bullet from the bottom, but the last sentence, a dedicated team of prosecutors should be part of the task team to guide the investigation team in order to improve the quality of cases put on trial and improve the conviction rate. Did that take place? Was a dedicated team of prosecutors assigned to the PKTT?
Yes, Commissioners, it did take place as we were progressing with the implementation of the plan.
Thank you.
Sorry, General, in that 2nd bullet point, where it reads investigation strategy and prosecution should have cost, budget targets and time frames. The time frames referred to here, where it says there must be time frames, what are these time frames for? Is it the life of the task team, or is it the time frames for targets?
Our interpretation was it's the time frames of the targets because we were presenting the strategy and the plan that will talk to the turnaround time on investigation, turnaround time on prosecution. Hence then other recommendations moving forward were talking to the issues of dedicated courts so as then the time frame is not affected.
Can I just get clarity? In the first meeting, we've looked at the minutes. One of the recommendations is that the Department of Correctional Services must form part of the task team. Was that recommendation implemented, as far as you are aware?
As we were presenting the new strategy, it was exactly like that. It was the interdepartmental multidisciplinary task team where SAPS and NPA are playing a leading role, supported by State Security, Correctional Services, then and the Department of Justice.
So the task team was not just about investigating political killings, it was also about ensuring that they are successfully prosecuted, and once people are successfully prosecuted, those that are found guilty are incarcerated, and that would be Correctional Services' role.
That is 100% correct, Commissioner. One of the noteworthy contributions of the Department of Correctional Services excuse me, was to dedicate the Kokstad prison as the PKTT prison, where we will keep our most dangerous prisoners.
Was that in fact the case?
It's
that
still,
it became.
it was and it's still the case, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. So the third set of minutes then is CJC 12. And it's dated 3 August 2018. So this is the third meeting now of the IMC in 2018. Are you there?
Yes, Commissioners.
Were you present at this meeting?
Yes, I was present.
And it was chaired again by Minister Cele at the time.
Yes, that's correct.
The important aspect of this minute is the item 2.2 on page 31. If we can begin there, it begins at that point. And is it correct that this was it began with a presentation by the National Commissioner, who confirms that the approach of the task team was changed? The composition was revised and new members were added. That's the third line from the bottom on page 31. Was that the confirmation that was provided by the National Commissioner at the time?
That is correct, Commissioners. If we compare with the previous IMC, where the National Commissioner gave lots of promises of what will be happening, because it was the meeting where the investigation and prosecution strategy was presented, and there were then issues that were raised by IMC that like budget and the resources. So the team then was officially on the ground on the from the 18th of July. So this, we can say, is the first official IMC where they were expecting to get feedback on the performance of the newly established task team from July, because this was August. So indeed, the points that were raised by the National Commissioner were talking to the decisions that were taken on the previous meeting. Hence, the first one is confirming that the task team was changed, reconfigured, and the composition was revised with additional members added on the team.
Thank you. Chair, it's 11 o'clock.
Let us adjourn and resume at 11:15.
Welcome back, everyone. We're about to resume. Reminder, please switch off your phones. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Ms. Hassan, before you proceed, let me ask this one. General, at that page 31, paragraph 2.1, in the third line, in fact, this is where the chairperson indicates the history of this team after the president visited the province. And then in the third line, it says to urgently attend and solve all high-profile cases and the ongoing political killings. Where it refers to all high-profile cases, what was contemplated there? That's at page 31.
Thank you, Commissioners. According to our interpretation, the high-profile cases will refer to, because the criteria of allocating a political related case will have a list of categories, with the last category being a political activist, a member of the political party. And then the high profiles, according to us, are those political figures that are office bearers and those that are also serving in local government especially. That was our understanding of high profile.
Thank you, Commissioners. So just after 2.1 is 2.2, and it's the briefing by the National Commissioner, the first one which we just dealt with, about the approach of the task team. And then if you turn over the page, there is a presentation that is made by the Acting Provincial Commissioner. And it begins with the introduction. And then the first heading is operational coordination, and it speaks about the joint operational centers. Is it correct to say that the description here under this heading is what you've presented to the Commission when you testified when you were here before?
Commissioners, can I be reminded on the CJC number?
It's page 31, and it's CJC, I've forgotten. 12. Page 31.
Yes.
Okay, so 31 was where we had ended off. And then, sorry, 32 is now the presentation by the Acting Provincial Commissioner. The second heading is operational coordination. And I just wanted to confirm with you whether what is presented here is the same as what you presented to the Commission when you testified earlier.
That is correct, Commissioners. I can confirm these were accountability levels and structures that were set up and were then part of the briefing of the IMC, starting with the tactical joint operational centers that I referred to as 4 of them that were established that we're meeting and accounting on daily basis to the mission area right up to the National Steering Committee.
Thank you. That then is described fully, and then the next thing I'd like you to turn to is page 34, where the acting provincial commissioner at the time described the composition of the team. Is this now in terms of the revised structure?
Yes, commissioners, that was in terms of the revised structure and the command and control as was presented previously, looking at the mission area joint operational center, the first box on the left, the task team leader referred to as Major General Ramatswele, as we have presented before, and the project manager referred to as the then Brigadier Khumalo, which is myself, and then other tactical commanders for different disciplines, and those four operational teams below that were implemented.
Thanks. And then page 36, which deals with the table of case dockets. Is this presentation an analysis of the dockets that were within the control of the task team at the time?
That is correct, commissioners. At the initial stages of the task team, we had to indicate the cases that were presented during the previous IM. We can show the additional cases in that page or slide. We are reflecting that on the previous report, the cases allocated to the team were 98, but then during this meeting, there were now 126.
Thank you. And then if we go to the end of these minutes, it's page 41. Item 2.4, the resolutions. Just before we go to the resolutions, is there anything more to be said about the discussion? Were there any, was the approach, let me put it this way, was the approach that was being presented by the acting provisional commissioner supported by the members of the IMC?
Yeah, maybe one can sum up the response to that answer by referring to page 40 under the comments by the chairperson, the last bullet from the second bullet from last, which reads, the minister praised the task team and encouraged them to put more effort so that a message is sent that there are consequences for breaking the law. So those were sentiments that were shared by the IMC during this initial meeting of the new team that was put in place.
Thank you. And then finally, the resolutions. The first bullet point is for the task team to provide a progress report. Did the task team do so on that 126 cases?
Yes, those are 126 cases that were reflected during this meeting. So the resolution was on the next meeting. The team is expected then to give a progress report on each and every one of those cases. Also, 81 of them that were still under investigation. So
there was a continuing report on these cases to the IMC, is that right?
That is correct, commissioners. That was the structure of all our accounting sessions. They will there will be a report on whatever that was reported during the previous meeting to show the progress.
Now, can you read the third bullet, please?
The third bullet under resolutions.
Under resolutions.
The task team in the next meeting will provide progress report on the progress made on the following priority cases: Mr. Mkhunu, the killing of Mr. Mkhunu, Mr. Stole, and Mr. Spelling Mistake Makak.
Why were these cases singled out?
As per my response to the question by Commissioner Baloyi, that the cases will be rated as high profile, depending then on the deceased. So these three, the first one is the one that was a reason for the establishment of the task team. This crime scene that was visited by the president, that is Mr. Kashana Mkhunu, and Mr. Sitole was also another high-profile politician, as well as Mr. Makaka, who was the former ANC Youth League secretary.
Thank you. The next set of minutes, if we can go there, then is on page 42. That's CJC 13. And that's dated 13 September 2018. And were you present at this meeting, General Khumalo?
Yes, I was present, Commissioners.
And again, was it chaired by former Minister of Police, Cele?
That is correct.
And as similar with the structure of the previous minutes, we see on page 44, items 2.2 and 2.3, where the National Commissioner opens a briefing and then hands over to the acting Provincial Commissioner. Is this where the Provincial Commissioner then did the progress report on the cases as required in the previous minutes?
That is correct, Commissioners. As I explained on the coordination slide, that we make this format. What will happen in preparation for the IMC? We, at the level of PKTT, we will prepare the report and present it to the provincial steering committee chaired by Lt-Gen Dumisani. And then as the national steering committee comes in a day before IMC, led by the national commissioner, then the provincial steering committee will then brief them. And then on the day of the IMC, it will take that order. The National Commissioner will introduce the briefing note, and then the General Mkhwanazi will then present as briefed by the political killing task team at operational level. It was later on when then I joined the elite level, when then it was myself now who was briefing the IMC, not the provincial commission. By that time, I was still a brigadier. And brief but then after I became a major general, that's when then they allocated the responsibility to me to brief all the levels, the National Steering Committee as well as the IMC.
So this briefing is extremely detailed, and it goes all the way to page 56, in fact. And we don't need to go through the details, but I just want to confirm that this was a presentation that was made by the Provincial Commissioner with your assistance.
That is correct, Commissioners.
So if we turn to page 55 of the bundle, in the middle of the page, it says the need of fast-tracking ballistic and biology analysis, that paragraph, and then the following bullet points. Is it correct to say that at this point in time, so this meeting is now, September 2018, is this when the need was identified for expert analysts to be included in the team?
That is very correct, Commissioners. From our initial plan, we had planned the task team to have these expertise. But because it was a new thing in the SAPS, it took time for us to convince the commanders of those respective environments to allocate dedicated, initially as the KZN team was, and even now, the task team in the SAPS is established and formed by looking at what needs to be done. If it's an investigative task team, only detectives will be assigned to the team. So we were implementing our plan step by step by first indicating the challenge that we have, and then we'll put a request that if we can have this dedicated capacity. I have an example that I can cite on call data analyst, because we were utilizing DPCI call data analysts that are in Pretoria, and we are in KZN. They did come, and we celebrated that at last we have. Then they said, no, we are here to pick up the discs and go back to Pretoria. They disappeared with those discs up to date. So it was not working for us to have analysts or experts that are not part of the team. So with these recommendations, we were trying to implement to influence that our plan is properly implemented, including the ballistic experts. All these experts were not yet part of the team. But I think from 2020 onwards, that's when then we had the full capacity.
Thanks. And so that meeting followed, so it was a detailed report, and it concluded with resolutions, and that's on page 57. And again, as per the previous minutes, the request was for continuing reports on the progress of cases.
Yes, that is correct.
And for a specific report on the high-profile cases as well.
Yes.
Sorry. General, in that page 57 under resolutions, can you just explain that first bullet point, which requires a progress report on 22 case dockets not related to the task team mandate? Yeah. Why that was being included for discussion in the work of the task team?
Thank you, Commissioners. Initially, the use of parallel investigation was an internal exercise. We were doing it to assist our investigation. But then the time came when, because if we have a main case that is linking ballistically with another case that is not politically related, we were only reporting on the politically related main case. So the resolution was, let us also report on those parallel ones because they talk to the performance of the task team.
It was a performance issue, really.
It was a performance issue. Yes.
Was any question raised at any point by the IMC about the fact that these parallel dockets were included in the work of the PKTT?
There were mainly comments that were coming from, because our report was structured such that we all the activities of the team. So when we get to the ballistic analysis, that's where we will show the linkages that the firearms that we have confiscated, they were linked with other cases that we had then requested from the stations to investigate them parallel to the main case. Now, because now our statistics were not tallying at all the segments of the report, that's when then it was a resolution that as we report, if we check our reports moving forward, even the report that we presented as part of the testimony in the commission, it has those categories: political related cases, parallel cases, and ad hoc cases. Initially, before these resolutions, we were only reporting on main or political related cases only.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. So let's move on then to March 2019, 28 March 2019. That's CJC 14. And that's the minutes of the next meeting of the IMC. Were you present at this meeting?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, it's a very lengthy briefing, am I correct, that was provided by the acting PC?
Yes, Commissioners.
And the update, which is very detailed, is an update on all of the cases under investigation and in court.
That is correct, Commissioners. Maybe then to draw the attention of the Commissioners on page 64, where we were complying with the recommendation of the previous meeting, where we started then reflecting on parallel case dockets that were not part of the previous reports.
And on page 65, you report on ad hoc cases.
Yes, as I explained, Commissioners.
And those related to the unlicensed firearms.
Yes.
And that meeting.
Sorry, can I just ask? Is it then correct, would it be correct then to characterize the position this way, that although the team was set up and its mandate is to investigate political killings, these parallel and ad hoc investigations means that at least operationally, the mandate sort of expanded, because with the parallel cases, you're not necessarily looking at political related matters. I think somewhere earlier on, there was a report, for example, of a reckless driving case, and there are robberies here. So in practice, the mandate sort of expanded. Would that be a fair and accurate characterization, General?
That will be very correct, Commissioners, because it was an operational decision not needing the extension of the mandate. I'm trying to separate the two, because we are investigating political related cases, and then there is a case that is linked with the other case that is not political related. Maybe it's because it's the same suspects, maybe it's because it's the same firearm used. Now, for us to strengthen our main case, there is a lot of evidence that we can get from this other case, and then we will then investigate it parallel to this other case. Same applies to the firearm-related cases, because we will have operations where we are looking for specific firearms. Now, when we register a possession of unlicensed firearm for that particular firearm, that case will be investigated by the team because it is linked sometimes with a parallel docket that is linked with the main political related case because this firearm was used in both these cases. So initially, it was an operational decision which was part of our methodology. Hence then, when we were reporting on the mandated group. But then as we were explaining how we are so successful, then it was then requested that we bring also those cases in our report.
Thank you. And am I correct to say that in all of these reports, you began to then report in terms of those categories? So you separated out the categories in your reports?
That is what we did throughout up until the last 27-page report of January 2025.
Yes. Okay, so I'm going to just move on to the next. The resolutions here, just to for the sake of completeness, to wrap it up, are similar to the previous resolutions, which is to continue your reporting on the cases and to intensify efforts on certain cases. Correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay, so the next meeting then is 30 July 2019 at CJC 15, page 73. Were you present at this meeting?
That is correct, Commissioners.
And can you tell me whether this meeting followed the same format as the previous meetings, meaning a very detailed report by the Acting Provincial Commissioner?
Yes, indeed, it followed the same format where the National Commission on paragraph 2.2, page 73 will introduce, and then and General Connors will take the IMC through the prepared presentation, starting with the introduction as well as the cases allocated and giving the status report on each and every one of those cases.
Thank you. If we can then, again, a very detailed record of the presentation that is included in the minutes. But let's go to page 82. There's a section that's headed Remarks by Member of IMC and Others.
Yes.
Okay, so the first bullet point, it says the meeting noted the incorporation of 78 cases which are not related to political killings. Can you just explain that bullet, please?
It is referring to the explanation that I've been giving, that these cases, because they were increasing, and then as they are reflected on each report, then the IMC was also starting to take note of them, then, because that will influence even the resources and the budget for the trustee.
And it notes that the meeting indicated the team should pursue those cases.
Yes, as I explained, that if the meeting indicated that the team should pursue these cases as if they indirectly have relation to their mandate. So it started as an operational decision, but then during this meeting, it was then accepted as an indirect mandate, although it's not talking to the mandate of political killings dockets.
Can you comment on the second remark by the IMC?
The meeting also stressed the importance of strong and better coordinated intelligence operations as the key to successful investigations and prosecution. That was the time when we had the team that was at least 98% capacitated, sufficient, and we were then able to deliver in line with the plan in terms of activities and the timelines, because we had better coordination from within the expertise. And there was also by that time now an understanding, as I explained yesterday, that when we call people up, they come in with their understanding of how things are done. So indeed, it took time for the team to gel and understand that the methodology here is in a process format. Hence, then there was this comment.
Okay. And the third bullet? Can you comment on the third bullet?
The involvement of private security firms or is concerning, and the meeting indicated that the team should work with private security industry regulation authority to do the inspections on compliance. The team had adopted a concept of compliance inspections, because we had since realized that the firearms that are normally used are belonging to the private security companies as well as municipalities. That is why we were struggling then to get the firearm that will link with a political killing case. Then we started the compliance inspection. The criteria will be, when we identify the hit orderer, then we will profile the hit orderer until we get to I must choose the word now, an associate who is having a private security company owning firearms. That is when then we will go for compliance inspections. And in most of the compliance inspections that we conducted, we will find that the caliber, because you will first profile the security company to identify and understand the firearms that the company is owning. Then when you go for compliance inspection, your focus is on a caliber that is fitting the one firearm that you are looking for. So when you get there, in most cases, the firearm that you are looking for is reported stolen 2 weeks ago. So that was an indication then for us to say we need to widen the scope, and we have another example in the municipalities. One of the municipality, we were looking for the firearm that was used in killing the councillor. On records, that firearm then was found to have been booked to a particular security security guard who's employed by the municipality. We did find that firearm from that security guard, but we found it was sliced like a bread, so as then it cannot be used for ballistic purposes. But we did find the firearm. So this was during the time when we were realizing that the struggle for us to find the firearms that are used is because there are most of them within the private sector companies and municipalities.
Nevertheless, the meeting noted the progress made on recovering firearms. And if you could just read the fourth bullet.
More especially the increase of the firearms, the number to 181, it was mainly because of that compliance inspection, because we will find a lot of unlicensed firearms within private security companies and municipalities.
So it was 181 firearms, ammunition, and magazines recovered.
Yes.
And that was since, it says the re-establishment
Yes,
of the task team, not the establishment. So,
since July 2018.
so that's July 2018. Okay, and then again, request for more progress reports. And what we see after this is that there are no minutes for the years 2020 and 2021. Can you explain that?
Yes, Commissioners, as we are all aware, those years were years when we had a problem of COVID. So the meeting Yeah, that's correct, Commissioners.
It's dated 2 February 2022. Were you present at this meeting?
Yes, I was present, Commissioner.
And again, we see the similar format, a very detailed briefing. And this briefing was by the Acting Provincial Commissioner again, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
If we can just go then to the resolutions, which is on page 96. There are 5 resolutions, 5 bullet points. Can you explain the first bullet point?
Thank you, Commissioners. The resolutions, in most cases, the resolutions will be linked with the challenges that will be brought to the attention of the IMC by the team. So the first one that talks to the must be specialized or dedicated court for political related cases. That was during the time when we were experiencing delays at court. We had so many trial-ready cases, but now because they were competing on the court roll with other local cases, looking at the task team being time-bound and being a project, then there was that request or recommendation that the dedicated court be provided, of which then the ministry had identified that Saoti court case that after threat and risk assessment and other processes, mainly because of the conditions of the cells in that court, then the interdepartmental, especially the provincial steering committee, decided against the use of the court. Then the next one talks to the dedicated prosecution team at lower courts to deal with firearm-related cases. The main problem there was, as the team will register a case of possession of unlicensed firearm, and the dedicated team of prosecutors are dealing with politically related, more especially if the firearm is not linked with the case. Now, those cases were also suffering a lot, and then the team thought that maybe they must also put up that request for their cases that are at lower courts to have the dedicated prosecution team.
And did that happen?
Unfortunately, it did not happen, Commissioners.
Okay, if you can just then finish with reference to the third bullet point on these minutes.
The Department of Correctional Services should improve on security, especially unlawful access to cell phones by inmates, and report in the next meeting. This has been an ongoing problem up to date, but it was something that was also brought up by the task team for the IMC to assist on. There were lots of proposals that were put on, but were not implemented. That is why we still have the same problem. And it's one of the reasons why the request that was approved and the recommendation to use Kokstad prison, because communication within that prison is impossible.
So that concludes those minutes. The next set of minutes is CJC 17, and that meeting took place on 5 September 2023. Were you present at this meeting, General Khumalo?
Yeah, yes, Commissioners.
Now, this meeting, again, followed the similar format to the previous meetings, except that the report of the work of the PKTT was presented by you and not the Provincial Commissioner. Is that correct? Page 100.
Yes, that is correct.
And again, as with the previous reports, it's a very detailed briefing, and it goes on for quite a number of pages. I don't know if there's anything specific you want to highlight in relation to this meeting. If not, we'll just go to the end of the minutes.
There is nothing more other than to flag that on this report we had included a threat and risk assessment, because it was built up to the upcoming local government elections.
So can we then go to page 123? And you'll see this is a section dealing with remarks by other members present in the meeting.
Yes.
There are a number of comments here. Are there any, there's some that are notable. Some of the issues that are addressed here are issues that seem to recur. The importance of dedicated courts, for example. But we also see that the Deputy Minister indicated that he agrees with the recommendations of the task team and that the team should be enhanced. What did that mean, that the team should be enhanced?
It was referring to the increasing workload and also in preparation for the upcoming local government elections. Hence, then after the TRA was presented, that formed part of the remarks and resolutions by the IMC.
Okay, so it was linked to the threat and risk assessment and then the upcoming elections,
Yes.
the need for enhancement. So then the next, there's a bullet that says some members have been taken back to their original station. Why is that?
It was one of the challenges that we were starting to experience, where some environments will then want their members then to return for various reasons, which was then identified as one, it was affecting our capacity, looking at the work that we had on hand, but also it was affecting our turnaround time, because now as you receive a new person who's not familiar with the methodology, it will take some time for that person to gel in. But that was basically what we're experiencing. Maybe to add, there is a point above that talks to the minister indicating that the task team is also now involved in the investigation of Fort Hare University cases. That was after the extension of the mandate. Now, that also affected our capacity because we had to move then other members of the team to relocate to the Eastern Cape. That was one of the reasons why then the capacity was a problem.
Thank you. I note that two bullets from the bottom that the Minister Lamola commended the work of the task team. And then on the next page, page 124, we have the resolutions. And can you read out the last two bullet points?
The last two bullet points of the recommendations, first one being the success of the task team should be communicated to the nation via press briefing. The second one, the task team cannot be dissolved. It must continue.
And that is the end of the minutes of the meeting for September 2023. Was there any other IMC meeting after that? Maybe we don't have minutes.
There were no other IMCs because this one was the last IMC towards elections. Hence, then it had also a recommendation or a threat and risk assessment and a recommendation of enhancing it, and also the decision not to dissolve it. I should think that maybe in line with the change of administration, this is the last decision taken by this IMC that it should not be dissolved. So as the next IMC, when it comes in, it continues this good work that this current IMC have seen.
So I have a question about that, because if the meeting takes this resolution that it must not be dissolved, is it because there were discussions before that contemplating that the PKTT should be disbanded?
Not as far as I understand it. It can only be that in our reports, we will also look at the timeline. If it's towards the end of the financial year, then the Provincial Steering Committee, the National Steering Committee, and the IMC will have that as a point of discussion and a resolution to take at all levels. So as then, when the new financial year starts, the team knows that they have to prepare for the extension.
Okay. So in addition to this regular meetings or this oversight by the IMC, there were also monitoring by the Provincial Steering Committee and the National Steering Committee.
Yes.
And by this point in time, then September 2023, were you informed of concerns? I just want to confirm that this is what you're saying, maybe put it differently. You were not informed of concerns of the work of the PKTT and the need to close it?
No, I was not informed of any concerns or complaints. I was only aware of the commendations of the good work by the team, because there is the last unminuted meeting where the team had to brief the president himself on the progress. That was then the last meeting before elections.
So, as far as you were aware, the task team was conducting itself in a manner that, there were no concerns that were raised with you as far as its performance goes. And as far as the monitoring goes, was that monitoring of the work and the achievement of your objectives, as well as your finances? Was there monitoring over your budget?
Yes, that was done simultaneously at all levels, from the Provincial Steering Committee up to IMC. But then the financials were monitored at national level by the CFO.
By the CFO at national level?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll return then to the 31st December letter.
Before you do that, General, you have a meeting, the last meeting is in 2023, September. And the meeting before that is in February 2022. And your explanation for the gap from 2019 to 2022 is the COVID intervention. Now, the next meeting is then in 2022, and then more than a year later, September 2023, it seems that's when you have your next meeting. Yeah. If that is correct, why is that so? Why was there such a long gap?
Thank you, Commissioner. As although it's not my meeting, because it's the IMC and we were not in control of their calendar. So, at tactical level, as per the plan, the meetings were taking place every day, accounting meetings, and then same applies to Major level. Provincial Steering Committee. There was then I won't say a problem, but the regular meetings at National Steering Committee as well as IMC between 22, after COVID, between 22 and 23, they were not as regular as they were. One then can maybe, because their main role was to monitor and evaluate and assess that the team is performing. One will say maybe they did not see the need to meet as regular as before, because they had since assessed the situation and confirmed that indeed the performance is as they are expecting. Thank you for that explanation. And then secondly, the
The team is constituted for the first time in 2018, right?
Yes.
And I just want to make sure that the chronology, as I understand it, is correct. And then in 2018, where you started, you've given a list of the different ministers who were involved in their department. So, for example, and maybe let's just start there. I won't take you through each one of them. I'll just hop along as we go on. So you had Minister Cele there as the Minister of Police. You had Minister Mapisa Ngakula, Minister Masuta, and Minister Letsatsi Duba. And then you had the Premier Mkunu and MEC Kaunda. That is in 2018, when you have your first meeting. And then you have your second meeting, it's CJC 11 at page 19. You have the same people. If you look at that page 19, you have Minister Cele, Minister Letsatsi Duba, and then you have Premier Mkunu, and then in apologies, you have Minister Letsatsi Duba somehow. But it's all the same names. You have Mkunu and you have Kaunda. It's all the same names. And that's in 2018 still. And then in 2019, if you would just go to, just hold on for me. If you would just go to CJC 14, which starts at page 59, that you continue there, the same ministers. But then at some point, this is 2019, and then at some point there's a change of ministers, and that's the point that I just want to make sure I get right. This is now in 2019, July, at page 73, CJC 15. You still have Minister Cele, and then you have under apologies, Minister Mapisa Ngakula, still defense, and then now you have a different minister, Minister Lamola for justice, and then you have, for the first time, Deputy Minister Makwetla for defense and military veterans, and then Deputy Minister Kodwa. Makwetla is deputy as well. And then you have Deputy Minister Kodwa as Deputy Minister of State Security, and then MEC Kaunda. You see where I'm reading? It's at page 74.
Yes.
That's in 2019. I just, and perhaps Ms. Hassam can assist, I'm just trying to locate when we have elections where there's change of leadership. 20? Yes, I'm told that in 2019, that's when we had the next election. Now,
National elections, yeah.
Yes, now we have a new minister, Lamola for justice. We have a new administration, basically. Yeah. And the ministerial committee continues to exist. Was there ever a break about it, that a new ministerial committee still has to be constituted after that election in 2019?
Thanks, Commissioner. There's never been a break. The IMC has been continuing with its meetings since the establishment. The elections came, and then the political leadership will change, but the ministries will continue. That's why we will see the new names of the ministers coming on board after elections.
Yes. And you see that in 2022 as well, at page 84, this is your February meeting, and then if you turn to 85, you now have Premier Zikalala as a premier, and then you have Deputy Minister Matale, and under apologies, you now have Minister of Defense Modise and Lamola. So the departments continue and ministries continue to be represented, even though there was a change of administration and ministers.
That is correct, Commissioner. Even at provincial level, the first premier who started with the initial was Premier Mkunu. Then as we move on, Premier Zikalala, because of elections again. So the political figures will change, but the ministries will remain within the IMC.
Thank you. Thank you, General. Thanks, Ms. Hassan.
Thank you, Commissioners. General Khumalo, the National Steering Committee, did the members of the National Steering Committee change over time?
Yes, Commissioners, as it was the case with IMC, also within the steering committees, there will be those changes. If we recall, at the beginning of the task team reconfigured 2018, the Deputy National Commissioner was General Zumane, who retired after some few years, and then Lieutenant General Msigidi was appointed the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, and then she continued serving in the steering committee, National Steering Committee. So it was the case at all levels.
Thank you. We were dealing with Part C, so of your statement, and Part C of your statement deals with the disestablishment of the task team. And we began with the letter of 31 December. Can we now move to paragraph 135? You've explained to some extent that you had not been informed about the concerns about the PKTT before the 31st of December, and you were also not consulted about any decision to disband before the 31st of December. You received the letter, no, did you receive the letter? When did you become aware of it? We've dealt with the contents, but when did it actually come to your attention?
Perhaps before the General deals with it, and please hold your thought on that. General, I just want to ask you a couple of questions relating to how matters ought to have unfolded. I'm not suggesting that they did not unfold the way they should have. In your experience, could Minister Mkhunu have been in a position to take the disbandment decision without being briefed?
Thank you, Commissioner. Based on my experience since 2018 as to how the processes and the project itself has been managed, as I explained, how it came about in 2018, and then also the impact or the effect of either or especially of elections. One will say, because after the last IMC of 2023 that took a decision that the task team should not be disbanded, it was also meaning that the IMC will continue overseeing even after elections. So my response will be, according to my view, it was not supposed to be like that.
And again, in your experience, who ought to have briefed Minister Mchunu?
There was a standing procedure of chairperson of briefing the principals. Maybe if I may answer that, starting with the last briefing on the last administration that was given to the IMC in 2023, and then few months before elections to the president. So one would have thought that with the new administration coming in, and then there will be the either reactivation or continuation of the IMC like it happened 19, and then we brief the new ministries wing. But coming closer home within SAPS, because PKTT was and still one of the projects, important projects of the department now. So it was also supposed to be part of the important briefings by SAPS management to the minister.
And who would those managers be? You say management.
Looking at the minutes as we have been going through, that will be
I'm focusing within SAPS now.
Yeah,
let us forget
yes.
for a minute about the IMC.
Yes, Chairperson. Looking at the minutes, as I'm saying, all the briefings will start with myself preparing the briefing note as the project manager. But then that would have been informed by either the provincial steering committee chairperson, who will say, I have a request to brief the new minister, or the national steering committee chairperson, the national commissioner, who will say, I have this request or I've initiated. So I'll prepare the presentation, but I will be the one doing the briefing itself to the minister.
Perhaps let me invert my question and ask this. If it was the minister's idea, as indeed it was here, to disband the PKTT, who should the minister have consulted or sought a briefing from? So that is now, because you are telling me about a situation where you would be the initiator in terms of briefing, which briefing would then go upwards. Now I'm saying, if the minister, as it indeed happened, wanted to disband the PKTT, who did he have to consult? Who must he have consulted?
Thank you, Commissioner. According to my understanding and my view, it first needed the minister to have the understanding of the background, which will then automatically say, let me go to the ministries that have been busy with this up until 2023, before elections, and then now we are new political figures in these ministries. Then, according to me, that was supposed to be the first stop in terms of consultation. Of course, then looking at the background, of course, then with also, or in consultation with the president, and thereafter the message then will go down as it happened when it was established.
On the information that you must have received by now, did the minister take any of the steps that you are referring to? Did the minister make contact with any of the members of the IMC? Did the minister consult the top management of the SAPS, which I assume would obviously include the National Commissioner, and perhaps even you as the project manager? Did the minister do any of those?
Thank you, Commissioner. Based on the information that I've received up until now, the minister did not consult any of the incumbents of the ministries that are making up the IMC. And also to add, even the information also received up until now, even the current deputy ministers were not consulted, of which then with the previous IMC, by then we had one deputy minister of police who was now and again in attendance on some of the IMCs. So at that level, I will say, based on the information that I've received up to now, there was no consultation at that level. And then on the second level below, I will confirm that we have never been given an opportunity to brief or also to be consulted before the decision was taken.
The minister knows best why he did not do any of that, if, as you say, he indeed did not do it. But I will still ask you this. Do you know why the minister did not do any of these?
I will not definitely know as to why that consultation did not happen, Commissioner. But according to my view, that I will hold on to it up until I'm given the real reason. I will hold on to the view of what was happening during December, the busiest month of them all in terms of PKTT, their support and assistance to the GCI ops. All that can be supported by our operation that took place on the 14th of May, when we had to analyze the communication, which was starting to give us more supportive information as to why we say the reason was because of the activities of December. I pointed towards the format of the letter. According to me, it's my view again, it was not a letter that was given the attention that it deserves. That needs to be crafted such that, so it talks to the letter that had to be speedily finalized, and now looking at the happenings of December, I will stick to my view up until I get the official reasons for not consultation and for disbanding.
Lastly, do you not find it strange that on something so important with as much history as it had, that what the minister says is so terse or so brief and without much substantiation. Do you not find that strange? I'm referring to page 204, paragraph 3 of the letter, and that's annexure SDK 24. Do you not find that strange?
Indeed, Chairperson, I find it very strange, hence my comment that my assessment of the letter is a letter that had to be fast-tracked, not really having the strategic view of the issues that are raised, because there are areas that are supposed to be detailed. And excuse me. So those details will only be informed by the briefings that are received prior to the crafting of the letter. And also the other reason that one can put forward is it's something that we are still going to touch on my further evidence. When then we got an opportunity to give a very detailed briefing in the form of a report, a 27-page report, that is almost giving my whole evidence in this commission, in all the steps, what has been happening from the legal framework, the legality of the team, to the oversight activities. So the report is containing everything, but that report was submitted on the 22nd of January. It's not back and signed with any comments up to date. So that I can...
You'll remember your question, Ms. Hasim.
Thank you, Chair. Yes,
Advocate Hasim, before you continue, it's not a question, just to confirm for the record. Because there are two deputy ministers of police, the deputy minister, I believe General was referring to, is Deputy Minister Matale. And we see that in the IMC minutes of 2 February 2022, CJ 16, he was in attendance. And the last IMC of 5 September 2023, CJC 17, he was in attendance. Just so that the JC 17, he was in attendance. Just so that there's no confusion when we the transcript later.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Ms. Hasim, if I may, it's a follow-up on the chairperson's discussion with the General. General, we looked at that minute of September 2023, and you read into the record under resolutions that last bullet point at page 124, and I'll read it to you. It says the task team cannot be dissolved. It cannot be dissolved. It must continue. You cannot be dissolved. It must continue. You read that as one of. Why would such a resolution have been passed? And specifically, was there, before this resolution was passed or in that meeting, was there ever discussion about the task team being dissolved?
Thank you, Commissioner. The reports, especially at the end of the financial, will have a TRA and a recommendation from operational level, and then which will then be endorsed by the at operational level, because the operational level is at Directors General level, those that are financing and resourcing the team. So my understanding, the resolution was informed by the end of the term of the current IMC representatives, that it was the last one before the elections. So that is my understanding, but I can only talk to at the lower level, which is the process that was happening annually, so as then it can inform their decisions as directors generals.
Thank you for that. If you go back one page, and I must apologize, Ms. Asima had meant to get clarification on this, and I realize now. If you go back one page, 123 to 123, and then the fourth bullet point from the bottom. 123, and then the fourth bullet point, it says from the bottom, sorry, it says some members have been taken back to their original station. Can you see where I'm reading? Page 123. And the heading is remarks by other members present in the meeting.
Yes, Commissioner.
You see that, and then if you start from the top, it's bullet point 6. If you start from the top.
Yes, Commissioner.
And it says some members have been taken back to their original stations. Can you just explain what was going on there? Because on the face of it, it may feed into the idea that the team already was being dismantled at this point.
Yes, Commissioner. There was a period where we had a problem where different environments and or units wanted their members back for various reasons. So we raised it as a concern as we were reporting at all levels that is affecting the performance of the team. Sometimes the unit commander will say, I need this member back, I'll replace this member with this one, which was then, as I've said, what was taking us backwards, because now you have to start a 2-year training on a new person that is new. But sometimes also it was not with replacements. But the issue of it being clear was the extension of the mandate that was like affecting the capacity, as I've made an example of the Fort Hare deployment, where we had to take about 15 to 16 members now to be on that side.
Lastly, General, between the September 23 resolution and this letter in the busy month of December, the 31st of December letter, in that intervening period, was there ever discussion within the SAPS management or between the SAPS management and the previous minister, Cele, about dissolving the PKTT? Was there ever such formal discussions?
No, there's never been any discussion during the time of the former Minister Cele, between that period.
Thank you. Thank you, General. Thanks, Ms. Sassi.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. If I can just follow up on your trend of questions with one more, to confirm this. While there was not that discussion on dissolving, is it correct understanding that every year there was a discussion on whether to extend the life of the team? So it's another way the flip side of the question is, while there wasn't a discussion on dissolution, every year there was a discussion on extension. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners, but that discussion will be at a national commissioners level, or I will say at national steering committee level. I've said the reason is, as the financial year is coming to an end, the Directors General must plan for the new year. So it will be, because each and every department that is part of this interdepartmental was and is carrying the cost by itself. So that's why there will be that discussion. They will mainly request for the threat and risk assessment, the progress made, and then a detailed report, so as then they are able to take that informed decision at their level.
Okay, thank you. But so it wasn't a discussion with the ministerial level?
No.
In fact, in bullet point 4 on the same page, the recommendation was the enhancement rather than the winding down of the task team, as I understand it, on page 123. And that was supported by Deputy Minister Matale. Bullet point 4.
Yes, I'm there, Commissioner. That is correct. So hence, in my response from the chairperson's question, I had said, if the process that led to the disbandment letter had followed the normal process, it was not supposed to be that difficult, because the Deputy Minister of Police, who is still the second Deputy Minister of Police, was in the last IMC present and these resolutions taken. So if then there was consultation, I am made to believe that he was going to refer to the minutes of the meeting that he had attended, so as he can be able to brief the new minister accordingly in terms of the resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure, okay. I'm struggling to get movement with this. This day, I'm still on the same paragraph. And I'm not even going to get there yet, because I have another question, which is, you were not informed, you said, about the concerns. You were not consulted about the decision before the letter of 31 December. Despite the fact that you are the project manager of the PKTT. Were you, once the decision was made and this letter was prepared, was the letter then forwarded to you, seeing as it affects you? At least two of the paragraphs affect you, because the first is on the freezing of posts within crime intelligence, and then the third is the PKTT disbandment. So when did you become aware of the letter formally? I know you said you saw it on social media, but was it sent to you formally in your capacity as Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence?
Thank you, Commissioners. The only time the letter was shared with me officially was on the 14th of January, which is like 2 weeks after it has been out, when the National Commissioner came back from leave and then called me in for the discussion of this letter, and then he handed over the file with the letter. So that was the first time, I will say, I confirmed that it's not fake news. It's indeed an official communication between the Minister and the National Commissioner. That was the 14th of January.
That was the first time the letter itself was
Yes.
formally provided to you.
Yes.
So let's go back then to your statement, because your involvement in the beginning of the notification to you, as I understand it, is on the 7th of January. And if we can start there, with SDK 23. And this is an email that's sent to you on the 7th of January 2025. Can you explain what this email is saying to you?
Let me go there, let's see.
It's page 201. Is it not in your bundle?
It's an empty page.
Missing page. Okay, we have two options. One is you could look at the screen, if you're able to see the screen, and while we locate a replacement for you, because it's just one page that we need to provide you with.
Yeah. Yes, that is correct, Commissioners. On Tuesday, the 7th of January, I received the email from from a Colonel Afnand from the Office of the Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection, that had the heading, Deactivation of the Political Killings Task Team. So looking at the heading, I associated the heading with one of the points that I've seen on the letter that is on the social media. Then the message was the DNC Crime Detection has directed the trailing email be forwarded for your attention and the closing report for sign off by the 13th of January. That is the email as received, and it had no attachment. It was just this email that officially I could not understand it. Hence, there was no further action to it because it is just having that one line without any attachment for me to have a proper understanding of the background of the directive.
And if we could just scroll down, please. Right. So what was being forwarded to you was an email that was sent to the Deputy National Commissioner of Crime Detection.
Yes.
Is that right?
That is correct.
And can you just read the last paragraph of that email?
Your office, which is the office now of the Deputy National Commissioner, is further requested to submit a close-up report to be submitted on the 14th of January 2025 for NATCOM's, which is the short word of National Commissioner's consideration and sign off to the Minister.
Okay, so this email was forwarded to you, and the request was for you to prepare a closing report for sign-off by 13 January.
That is correct.
And did you have any communication at this point in time with the National Commissioner about a closing report?
Yes, in fact, I did have the communication even before the 7th, as I've indicated that from the 1st, when this letter was trending, I was receiving lots of questions and calls from the team members, from the stakeholders and PA, from correctional services, from everybody. And I could not answer them. Hence, then I had made a call to the National Commissioner whilst he was on leave to help me with the information so as I'm able to respond. Then I got the response that he is also in the dark. The best thing is just wait until I come back. That is exactly what I did. I disowned the letter from the 1st when it started trending up until the 14th when I received it officially, and we had an opportunity now to discuss and try to understand it with the National Commission.
And did you raise your concerns with the National Commissioner at that point in time?
Indeed, my first call was a complaint to say, I'm receiving lots of calls and I do not know what to tell people from the task team members to the stakeholders. Now help me, what must I say? And the advice was, tell them as I'm telling you that we do not know what's happening. We are still going to try and clarify the issues, and then we'll come back to them.
So when you get this email from General Sibiya's office saying that you need to prepare a closing report by 13 January, what did you do? Did you begin to prepare the report, or did you do nothing?
I did not do anything, commissioners, because as I've indicated, there was no attachment. I did not want to legitimize and think that the letter that is trending, this email is referring to it. For one main reason, the heading of the email is talking to one subject matter amongst the 3 subject matters that are in the letter that is trending. That was the first reading, the first reason. But secondly, without the attachment itself, it was not easy to understand the directive from the Deputy National Commissioner because it's so, it's one line. Then for me to be able to understand this one line, there must be this attachment that I must go through and understand. So hence then my decision not to do anything, instead to wait for the National Commissioner to come back from leave as per our agreement.
So then if we go to 138, paragraph 138 of your statement.
Before you do that, General, this at 2:01, these emails, the bottom email of the 3rd of January from Brigadier Letoko. Now we know from the National Commissioner's evidence that on the 3rd of January he was on leave, and you have confirmed that. That's correct.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Right. Who was the acting National Commissioner?
Acting National Commissioner was Lieutenant General Musigidi.
It wasn't General Sibiya?
No, it was not General Sibiya.
Okay, and then in that email of the 3rd, it's addressed to, and you do mention in your statement at paragraph 135, the email is addressed to Captain Keketsi Sibongile and Mabula TR, and then copied to General Sibiya and General Sibula, where in terms of office does Captain Keketsi sit, in whose office?
Captain Kekesi is in the office of the Deputy National Commissioner at Crime Detection, Lieutenant General Sibiya.
And Mabula TR, do you know?
I won't know, Commissioners.
And then Sibula FM, General Sibula?
Sibula FM is in the office of the National Commissioner. She is the executive manager.
Yes. And then in the email to you, which is the email of the 7th of January, it is addressed to you, and then it's addressed to you and to Captain Sibongile. And it doesn't appear that anyone from the Office of the National Commissioner is copied on that email. Am I correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. So, let's go to the 14th of January. This is when the National Commissioner returns from leave. And can you just tell the Commissioner about the discussion you had with the National Commissioner on that day?
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm not going to repeat what I had explained, because the understanding and the confusion that one had when the letter was still unofficially trending continued even during this meeting, because both of us, we could not really understand the letter itself as to what might be informing these directives. But when it comes to the timelines that were on point number 3, there was also a long discussion between myself and the National Commissioner as to what is the meaning of a preliminary report that is required on the 20th. Because now that discussion came after the National Commissioner had said, go and prepare the preliminary report. I said, but when I read, I don't understand as to what is the preliminary report. So I want the understanding, so as whatever that I go and draft, it's what is required on the 20th. Is the preliminary report that talks to how are you going to disband, or is the preliminary report that talks to how this task team came about, or the progress report, or what is happening? So we had a long discussion, hence then the preliminary report that was submitted ended up having both. So as at least if you are wrong, but we have given, because the first part, 7-page report, is giving a detailed briefing that has never happened before, of the task team, the performance, the challenges, and other issues that one felt that maybe the minister is. In that report, we are addressing even the issues that were on the media space around the political killing task team. So because of the confusion and lack of understanding, we ended up compiling the mother of all preliminary report that will cover everything. And then at the end, then it talks to what the National Commissioner also understood to be, might be the preliminary report in terms of disbandment process.
You say, General, it was a two-part report. The first part, where I think you were justifying to the minister why the PKTT existed. How did you conclude that part? We went through that report, I think, when General Masemula was testifying, but I do not think that we focused on what you have just mentioned now, which is that the report was a two-part report. So how did you conclude on the first part?
The reason why we ended up agreeing to have a report in that format, we had a long discussion on what
General.
informed.
So, I'm very sorry, General. I'm not asking why you decided to have a two-part report. Yeah. I'm asking what, in the end, you said in that report with regard to or in relation to the first part. Did you conclude that the PKTT, therefore, ought not to be disbanded? That's what I want to hear you on.
Thank you, Commissioner, if I understand the question very well. If one try to summarize the last part of the report.
The last part of the first part. Did I understand you to say that? Did I understand you to say that your report was in two parts? Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, sir.
The first part explaining why the PKTT existed. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes. So what I'm asking you is, let's just focus on that part, the first part. What was your conclusion, if any, on the first part? Did you reach a conclusion at all? Perhaps a conclusion that said, Minister, the PKTT ought not to be disbanded because of all the reasons that we give above? Or did you not conclude specifically on the first part or with regard to the first part?
When it comes to the discussion, we concluded that the task team ought not to be disbanded, but one then has to refer to the report itself and confirm. But at no stage where there was an agreement between the two of us in that discussion that the team needs to be disbanded.
Thank you. Thank you, General. I see that it's 3 minutes past 1. Let us adjourn and resume at 5 past 2. Let's adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
signatures.
Good afternoon, all. We are ready to resume. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Hassan.
Thank you, Chair. General Khumalo, we were talking about the report, a preliminary report. So you met with the National Commissioner on the 14th of January, and he requested that you prepare a preliminary report. And you said you began to work on that, and it was a two-part report. Have I summarized that correctly?
That's correct, Commissioners.
So there's something else at paragraph 139 before we move off this discussion with the National Commissioner. You say that you were both concerned that this decision seemed to come out of the blue. And then you say, I'm aware that the National Commissioner made numerous efforts to brief the Minister on the PKTT, but that the Minister never followed through on setting up these briefing sessions. Do you see that?
It's paragraph?
Paragraph 139, it's the last sentence.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So how do you know this, that the Commissioner made numerous efforts?
The meeting of the 14th, it was around mainly our realization that the decision was not based on any briefing that had been provided by us. So we realized the need of maybe providing that belated briefing so as we can get to the understanding of the reasons, because the main issue was about the reasons that are not clearly put on the letter of the 31st. So now and again when we talk, we will talk about him trying to set up that appointment for the briefing.
So you began working on the report, but even before you presented...
Sorry, before you go on, do you have any knowledge whether these numerous efforts to secure a briefing session, do you know whether those efforts were made in writing or orally by the National Commissioner?
Thank you, Commissioners. I won't be able to know as to whether it was in writing or verbally.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So you say you began to prepare the report, but even before you completed that report and submitted it to the Minister, you had a meeting with the Minister on the 16th of January 2025.
Yes, Commissioners. The meeting on the 14th, as I've indicated, that we were discussing and speculating on lots of reasons for the letter, more especially with regard to the two issues that are part of the letter. Hence, then we decided that the National Commissioner initiate another meeting where we can be able to brief the Minister on the issues that were all over the social media regarding the division crime intelligence, and also to brief the Minister on the GCI ops that had already at the advanced stage, and it was at the takedown stage, so as then he can get the background as to how it came about. So those were all the discussions that we were having. Hence, then the request for the briefing on the 16th of January.
So the request for the meeting with the Minister was made by the National Commissioner?
That is correct.
And who else was present at this meeting?
In this meeting, because it was going to include the discussion on the GCI ops, the request was specific that it will be the three of us, the Minister, the National Commissioner, and myself only.
Okay, so at this meeting, you made a presentation, and that presentation has been made available to the Commission. at least a part of it has been made available to the Commission. And that's at CJC 21. It's the exhibits file, file 1.
Sorry, Mr. Simi said CJC 21.
CJC 21. Is that? Let me know once you've found it. Have you
Yes,
found it?
yes,
Okay. Right, so the first page is the title of the presentation. And the next few pages, can you tell us what these concern before we look at each page?
The next pages are containing mainly the motive behind or the activities of the Big Five cartel, respective roles, as well as their identification. And then also the second slide talks to the identification of the senior officers within SAPS that had been identified to be working with the cartel.
So, so it's the GCI Ops briefing.
GCI Ops briefing.
So the first slide, can we turn to the first slide and just after the title slide?
Yes.
This is the briefing on the Vereeniging case.
Yes.
Okay. So I see that on the right-hand side of this slide, there are a number of names that run down of police officers.
That's
So
correct,
can you just
Commissioner.
explain that to the Commission?
Yes, we were painting the picture of the support structure of the cartel, concentrating mainly within SAPS, those officers that had been identified to be working with the cartel.
So would you like to name them? It's the column on the right-hand side.
Yes, some I will be able to name them. Some I'll be able to name them because they've come up in the evidence that has been led to the Commission. Lieutenant General Sibiya, Major General Shibiri, Brigadier Nkwashu, Captain Mahotle, by that time were the names identified.
So these were the names identified by the 16th of January already.
Yes.
The fourth name that you are not naming, what is the reason for that? As it appears here.
The reason is because there are still investigations that are at a critical stage.
And then if you turn over this page to the next slide, what is this, what's the purpose of this presentation?
The next slide, it's going into details on the same, but talking to the structure of the SAPS officers identified to be working with the cartel, but on a standalone.
So Okay, so I'm assuming when you're briefing the minister on this, you're providing the minister with details as to
Yes.
why you have these members of the SAPS as
That-
potential implicated persons in your investigations.
That is correct. On our verbal briefing and also on our speaker notes, we had all the facts as well as evidence that had been collected by then that are linking the identified to the cartel.
And what was the response of the minister to this presentation? I would imagine this must have been quite shocking for the minister.
It's supposed to be shocking, hence then I'll say it was shocking, but then with the comments that we can continue with the project or investigation, and also will provide him continuous briefings as we move on.
Sorry, just to clarify that, so he confirmed that you can continue with the investigations into
Yes.
those
Yes,
suspected implicated members.
yes.
So that was on the 16th of January. And the next thing that happens, according to your statement, is the very next day, you receive a letter from General Sibiya. And we can go to that letter. It's SDK 25. Now, this letter is dated 17 January. Had you had any communication with General Sibiya between the first email you received on the 7th of January from his office for the close-up report? So between the 7th of January and this letter, did you have any communication with General Sibiya?
After I received the email on the 7th, there were a few calls that I received from him trying to find out as to how far. Then those questions will be met from my side with the same explanation that I've given, that I do not understand what is it that I need to do, because you just forwarded to me an email without an attachment, so as then I can understand what is it that I need to do. So our discussions were around that, and then there was also somewhere during the discussions when then I indicated that I'll rather wait for the National Commissioner, to whom then the letter that was trending was addressed to, so as then I can officially understand what is it that must happen. So it was those discussions. And then, as I've indicated, on the 14th, when the National Commissioner came back, then we had those discussions and way forward, followed by the briefing on the 16th, and then preparing for the report for the 20th of January, as per the letter. But then, after the briefing on the 16th, then on the 17th, I then received the letter as per Annexure 25.
Okay. So the communications you had with General Sibiya when he was calling you to ask about the progress of writing the report before 17 Jan, did you discuss the decision of the minister at all, and what informed the decision?
With General Sibiya, no,
Yes.
we did not get to that discussion. It was a matter of, because even when he made those calls, he will ask as to how far with the report. Am I going to get the report? Then my response will be the same, that I'm nowhere. I've not started because I do not know what to compile in terms of this report because of this one-line email that is without an attachment. And for me to understand, as I've indicated, even when the National Commissioner came back, it was still a problem to understand. Now, if I could not understand without the attachment, if I could not understand when there was an attachment, it was worse than when we were discussing the issue of the report when I had not received an official attachment that, again, would have needed us to discuss so as we are on a common understanding. So that's why our discussions before the 14th, the National Commissioner came back, were not taking us anywhere.
And General Sibiya didn't offer you any information as to why the minister made the decision?
No. We did not get even to that part of the discussion. It was a matter of, as the email is saying, that one line, the report, the preliminary or the closing report, if I'm not mistaken, the closing report, because that is the other issue, that even if I wanted to use the unofficial letter that I had seen, the unofficial letter was talking of a preliminary report before or on the 20th. Then towards the end or somewhere of January, then the closing report. But I think during our discussion, I even raised that as one of the reasons why I'm stuck, because the email says provide the closing report, if I'm not mistaken. But the unofficial circulating letter says provide the preliminary report first before the closing report. So it was just those discussions.
So General Sibiya was asking you for the closing report, and was he putting you under pressure? I mean, was there a sense that it had to be done immediately?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the only communication until 17 January when you received this letter?
When I received then this
Okay.
letter, that's correct.
So the letter is at page 206 of the annexures bundle. Can you just read paragraph 2 of that letter, please?
Paragraph 2 of the letter dated the 17th of January, it reads, on the 31st of December 2024, the Minister of Police issued a directive to the National Commissioner to immediately deactivate and disband the NTTPK. This decision was informed by an assessment that the task team no longer significantly contributed to policing efforts.
So that sentence, the decision was informed by an assessment. Did General Sibiya, with this letter, send you the assessment?
I've never received any assessment that was informing this this sentence.
So you don't know what the assessment is that is being referred to?
Yes, Commissioner.
And in your, the assessment that the task team no longer contributed to policing efforts. Now, this is still 2020, this is early 2025. Can I please just cross-refer you to page 107? So we'll come back to this annexure, so that we stick with this page. But cross-refer to page 107 of the same bundle.
Yes,
there?
I'm there.
Can you just describe for the Commission what this document is?
The annexure is about the information note that was compiled by myself on the 27th of March 2024, and it was verified and approved by the Deputy National Commissioner, Lieutenant General Sibiya. It was a request for a financial authority for the financial year 2024-2025 of the National Task Team investigating political related cases in KZN, which is PKTT.
So can you go to paragraph 4 of the information note?
On paragraph 4, I included as a compiler the fact that the achievements, the performance, as well as successes of the task team has been found to be outstanding during the continuous evaluations by the National Steering Committee, the Interministerial Committee, and the President of the Republic. The current phase of the task team was approved up until 2024-03-31. So this information note was compiled on the 27th, which was 3 or 4 days before the expiry of the authority that was there, that was approved.
And it was recommended, so you compiled it, but it says on page 109, it was recommended by General Sibiya. The findings, I mean, the
information note was recommended
Right.
by General Sibiya
Yes.
on the 26th of March.
So he would have agreed with the assessment of the PKTT as of March 2024, as described in paragraph 4.
That is correct, Commissioners.
And this is the request for extension that was approved, if we see page 110. And why was it approved for a smaller amount?
The reason can be found also on my recommendations and on page 109, that the first recommendation is for the whole estimated budget for the financial year to be approved. And then the second recommendation, it's an alternative, that whilst the final budget, because at the end of March, then the previous financial year's budget then ends to exist. And then there will be some months when then the budget allocation is being finalized. Hence then, because the task team had to continue from the 1st of April. So hence then that alternative to say, whilst the final budget allocation is being considered for the whole financial year, for that 94 million, a 2-month portion of the above estimated budget to be approved in order for the extension of the task team to be effected from the 1st of April 2024. So the approval of 20 million by the National Commissioner was talking to the second alternative recommendation of the approval of 15 million.
So, and what was the response of the Chief Financial Officer before we get to the National Commissioner?
Although I might struggle with both the handwriting and copy of another copy, the words that I can see, it's an amount of 20 million be approved for the financial year 24-25 financial year. And secondly, post-elections, the task team be deactivated as it has been in existence for 5 years, and the component organizational OD be tasked to urgently conduct a work study investigation for the establishment of a permanent structure in KZN.
Okay, so this, and then we go to the National Commissioner's approval, and if you can just read out the National Commissioner's approval.
Reading the National Commissioner's approval with comments in comparison with the CFO, the first one, the approval of 20 million is given in line with the recommendation of the CFO, who had also recommended the amount of 20 million. And then the National Commissioner continues and say, this is provisional, whilst the finalization of allocation is processed, which talks to my alternative recommendation, not the comments by the CFO. And then it continues, and the National Commissioner says, the task team will continue beyond elections, which now talks to the recommendation by the CFO that says, post-elections, the task team to be deactivated. Then the National Commissioner says, the task team will continue beyond elections, which is contrary to what the CFO had recommended. The reason given by the National Commissioner is, so long there is work to be done, the team cannot be localized to KZN, which is a direct disapproval of the recommendations by the CFO, the last part of the recommendations by the CFO.
The part where it says there should be a permanent structure in KZN, there should be consideration of a permanent structure.
That is correct, Commissioners.
So, and then after this 20 million approval, was in the adjustment, in the final allocation of the budget, was there an allocation then to the task team for the remainder of the financial year?
Indeed, that is correct.
So we have this information note, and we've established that General Sibiya recommended it in line with the way in which you had prepared the report. And so between that's March and December, did anything happen to to change the picture of the work of the PKTT between March, when this was approved. Well, we know in September 2024, there was still, no, that was September 23, sorry. So between March 24 and December 2024, did something happen that would give one pause and say that the work of the PKTT needs to be re-examined? Did something unusual occur?
From the Office of the Deputy National Commissioner, as his recommendation of the Political Killings Task Team to continue because of its good work in March up until December 2024, there has been no other report or complaint contrary to that. Instead, although it's not part of my statement, there was a time when there were killings in the Eastern Cape, and the Deputy National Commissioner was on his way to attend to that, and he sent me a message to say, it looks like you'll have to prepare your PKTT, some of them that was around, that was before December, but it was between March 2024 and December, just to prove that the performance of the PKTT, that he was aware of the performance of the PKTT, because he had requested to extend the mandate of the PKTT then to that other investigation in the Eastern Cape. And in that communication, he even suggested that the team that is already in the Eastern Cape doing Fort Hare cases also do those cases that had happened in the Eastern Cape that he was attending to.
Okay. So the letter goes on to say then that the directive must, what General Sibiya is saying is the directive requires immediate compliance, and that there are certain measures, sorry,
So,
paragraph,
where are we now?
page 206,
back
back to the letter, page 206.
Yes, I'm there. Sinakota.
The directive requires immediate compliance, he says in paragraph 3. And he asks you to undertake appropriate measures to ensure the effective disbandment of the team. And then he says the following: these measures must ensure that ongoing investigations are not disrupted or compromised. In your statement, you disagree that the measures would not have this effect of disrupting, and I'd like you to explain that, please.
That is correct, Commissioners. Maybe before I even get there, the cross-referencing that we were doing now, it talks to the financial approval up until the end of March 2025, which was recommended by the Deputy National Commissioner. Now, if in December, you don't even maybe raise that issue to say, but the minister's directive of immediate disbandment is also affecting the financial authority that is still on. So there will be some sort of wasteful expenditure. I'm citing that because of the cross-referencing that we were just talking to say, even from the office of the DNC, to write the immediate disbandment together with the financial year authority without raising that matter, especially with me, who wrote the information note that he recommended. I would have expected that maybe writing to me my supervisor must tell me as to what is it that I must do now with the funds that are committed already until end of March. If now my supervisor says disband now, beginning of January, whereas the supervisor said, here is the financial authority that you can commit up until the end of March. Then coming back to the sub-paragraphs of paragraph 3, the measures that had been forwarded to me to implement or to put in place in order to ensure that the ongoing investigations are not disrupted or compromised. It was the continuation of confusion because the paragraph before, it says disband now or immediately, although it's not safe nowadays to use the two interchangeably, the immediately and now, but it says immediately deactivate. And then measures that you must put in place to make sure that investigations are not disrupted. According to me, they are all not reasonable. They are not talking to the main message because the first one talks to the monitoring and oversight. Now, if you disband all the structures, who is going to do this monitoring and oversight? Because you started by disbanding. So that was not going to be possible to happen. That measure, number one. Same applies to accountability. Accountability moves together with an official allocation of a task to someone. Now, after we have disbanded and removed all the responsibilities from everybody, then it was going to be a problem in terms of accounting. The other issue that one can flag that is appearing almost throughout the measures is the accountability, oversight, and everything that needs to happen. It's directed to the Divisional Commissioner for Detectives and Forensic Services. So from us that were responsible in accounting, that will mean with immediate effect, we cut and we are no longer responsible or accountable. It's someone else now that must be accountable with effect from that day the immediate disbandment is effected. Also, another example that one can use on those measures is the assignment of cases, where, if I may read, it says all dockets must be hand-delivered to a location designated by the Divisional Commissioner, Detectives and Forensic Services, who must establish a secure repository for case files and evidence to ensure continuity and prevent any loss or tampering. These dockets will then be reallocated to appropriate investigative units. So reading that together with measures to be put in place to make sure that ongoing investigations are not disrupted. It's another example that I can quote to say it's contrary to, because if we take all the dockets to the office of the Divisional Commissioner Crime Detection, who must then look for people somewhere that are going to start or continue with this investigation, that on its own amounts to the disruption that on paragraph 3 you are trying to avoid. Put measures in place to avoid disruption. But the measures in place that we are putting, they are promoting disruption. So that is another example that I can cite as to why then this directive was also very impossible to implement from the side of the responsible and accountable project manager. I could not, because by that time I was still a responsible and accountable project manager. Now, to comply with something that is going not to be in line with my responsibilities and accountability was not going to be the right thing to do. And it was also talking...
Before we proceed to go further, what specifically stated is that the dockets will be reallocated to appropriate investigative units with the capacity to continue the investigations. Did you know which investigative units this would be? Did you know what he was referring to here?
No, all what I knew was what was written in the letter. There was no additional information or an attachment that tells me that which unit is going to continue. It was just this letter. Hence, then, my interpretation was, if then investigating officer A was busy investigating this docket, then he or she is told to put it down and then take it to the office of the divisional commissioner. And this divisional commissioner look for a suitable unit and an investigating officer who's going to continue with the investigation. According to me, that is contrary to the bolded part of paragraph 3 of the same letter, that these measures must be put in place to ensure the ongoing investigation is not disrupted, because that alone is disruptive.
Okay, continue. I think we're dealing with 146 was addressing what you were saying now. Paragraph 147 of your statement, you also speak about the lack of capacity within existing units to deal with these dockets.
Are we back to the statement?
Sorry, we're back to the statement, yes. We're going between the statement and the letter. So that's paragraph 147.
So, on paragraph 147, to still talking to the measure number 3.4, cross-indexing to the letter, it still explains that the initial reasons for the establishment of the PKTT was the failure of the normal units to effectively investigate these cases. Now, there we are saying, for that reason, that PKTT was formed because of the inability by the existing investigating units and also them being ill-equipped. We were referring that to the methodology applied by the PKTT, that it's totally different from the methodology that will be applied by any unit, investigative units. That commissioners, one maybe can add that the discussion that talks to these dockets, the way they were and are investigated, to be transferred to a normal murder and robbery or whatever name investigation unit will not make sense because the unit is totally different from a task team. You cannot talk to those two as if one can replace another. The unit of, let me first start with another example. The unit of National Intervention Unit, the combat, it is made up of operatives that have successfully completed the national intervention training. Only them. No one else can be part of that unit. Same applies to a investigative unit or a murder and robbery unit. It is made up of investigators. Then the task team, the difference is you draw expertise from different units to make a task team. So it will be naive to think that what the task team can do, the unit can also do, because the task team is made up of expertise from different units and expertise. That is what we are trying to stress on that paragraph.
So the effect would have been to revert to the traditional method that you were talking about yesterday of policing and investigating.
That is correct, Commissioner.
So those are the measures that General Sibiya was saying you need to put in place, which you felt would have the effect of disrupting the investigations. But then in paragraph 4, there's a second thing that's requested, and that's the closing report. So can you just read the first sentence of paragraph 4, please?
Thank you, Commissioners. The paragraph 4 is a long format of the one-line email that I had received on the 7th of January, which reads, a comprehensive closing report must be submitted by the 16th of January. That is the day I was briefing the minister on GCI Ops, but the letter then was signed off and sent to me on the 17th. And then I would have to confirm the compliance with the above mentioned directives, and that report would have been structured according to the next guidelines.
Okay. So the report required you, well, first he says the report must be submitted the day before the letter was sent to you, and he says it must confirm that you have complied with those measures that you were just discussing now, and then that it should contain the following items. Can you just deal with those items that were required from the closing report?
When one went through the requirements of the report, that's when one lost the hope as to if you want to compile this report, what is it that you need to do? Because the first one talks to the executive summary, where I was expected, or we are expected to give the mandate, purpose, functions, and reasons for disbanding the task team. From the very same me, the project leader, who was not consulted, who do not know why, but now on the report I must give the reasons. Hence, Commissioner, as I say, then it's one of the directives that when you go through and you want to comply, you end up being more confused than before you received it. Because some of the parts, one would have been able to give the mandate, to give the purpose and the functions. But now the last one that says the reasons for disbanding, now how do you marry these conflicting requirements as reflected?
And I suppose the same would apply to the next bullet, which is summary of the key considerations that resulted in the decision to disband the task team. You were not favored with the key considerations.
One might then use the same approach, commissioners, that the senior counsel is using, that you were not given. But as I've indicated, it starts with you were not even consulted. And in the letter of the 31st, there are no details. And in the email of the 7th, it's worse. Not even the attachment is there. But now, on a long directive of the 17th, a lot is required that one cannot get anywhere, including then the considerations or the reasons that resulted in the decision to disband the task team. One then was forced to ask himself this question, but who decided to disband the task team? Now, why are you looking for reasons from a person who did not decide? Because this letter maybe was having a wrong address. It was supposed to go somewhere else, then mistakenly it was addressed to myself. So it's one of the issues that will make it very difficult to attend to the issues raised in this directive.
So you've given that response in paragraphs 148.1 and 148.2 of your statement. So, but then you give a second criticism in 148.3 of your statement. Can you deal with that?
Yeah, it is some sort of the continuation of the explanation that I was trying to give, that as I was instructed to include the analysis of the PKTT's effectiveness and the impact on crime reduction, with specific reference to the PKTT's mandate. That was supposed to be required before the decision. Now, if I'm going to include it in the closing report, it is not going to make any sense or the reasons thereof, because the decision, if the decision was taken in good faith, the minister will have presumably have already done this analysis that is required in the closing report. That was supposed to be done prior to the decision. That is my view on that point, commissioners.
And then, thank you.
Ms. Hassim, perhaps the witness should read 148.3 and 148.4 into the record. I would actually have loved for him to have read even maybe a couple of other paragraphs before that, but perhaps because we are way past that now, if the general could read 148.3 and 148.4 into the record, please. And even 149, all the way up to 149, please.
Thank you, commissioners. Reading on record from paragraph 148.3, in my affidavit, I state that secondly, I was instructed to include an analysis of the PKTT's effectiveness and impact on crime reduction with specific emphasis on the mandate of the PKTT. Once again, if the decision to disband the PKTT was taken in good faith, the minister would presumably have already done this analysis prior to taking the disbandment decision. In his directive, the minister expressly stated that his observation was that further existence of this team is no longer required, nor is it adding any value to policing in South Africa. If the minister did not have any analysis of the PKTT's effectiveness and impact on crime reduction at the time of his decision to disband, he could not, in good faith, have reached the conclusion that the PKTT is no longer required and add no value to the policing in South Africa. Paragraph 148.4, thirdly, one of the more concerning aspects of the proposed report is that it had to include the stakeholder feedback from organizations such as the NPA and State Security Agency in response to the announcement of the disbandment. In other words, when the minister took the decision to disband the PKTT, he apparently did not engage the NPA and SSA on the effects that the disbandment would have on pending prosecutions and the general state and the state security This was further confirmation for me that the minister had not done the necessary due diligence before he took the decision, the disbandment decision. Paragraph 149. It appears that the minister did not consult with the individuals he ought to have consulted with for purposes of making a decision regarding the disbandment. From my discussions with the National Commissioner at that time, it was clear that he was not consulted by the minister regarding the disbandment.
Thank you, General.
If I may, before you move to another paragraph, General, in that letter from General Sibiya and the format of the report, what you should include in the report, under the stakeholder feedback, you've referred to key stakeholders, NPA and SSA, but there's also another sentence there where you were required in the report to summarize any public or media reactions when the disbandment was announced. Did you ever get to understand why you had to do this exercise of finding out what the media and public have to say and why it was necessary information?
Thank you, Commissioner. Other than to sum up that maybe the purpose of this directive was for me to try and clean up the mess that might have been created from the 31st of December, which was impossible. One, the stakeholders have referred to the difficulty that I had from the 31st to explain to the very same stakeholders as to what's happening with this letter. So it was going to be impossible. Same applies to the reaction from the ground as to how was this decision affecting them. What I know from the ground, I was receiving lots of calls from the families of the deceased whose cases were still under investigation, and the families of the deceased whose cases were finalized, who were very disappointed. But that was what was coming to me just as a known project leader by them, as one of the important stakeholders, the families of the deceased on the cases we were working on.
So, General, I take it we can safely assume that you did not comply with this letter of 17 January.
That is correct, Commissioners, even if I wanted to, because of misunderstanding of what was required from me, I did not comply.
But you were, at that point in time, preparing the report, the briefing for the minister, correct?
Very busy, Commissioners, and I was running against time. The letter is coming on the 17th, and I have 2 days now to finalize the report for the 20th. So I was busy with the report.
Okay. So that report, we know is, first of all, Commissioners, it's at SDK 26. It's page 212 of the 213 of the annexures bundle. Now, General, this letter, this report is very detailed. It's 27 pages, and it spends quite a lot of time describing the work of the PKTT, as an overview of the dockets, the progress of the dockets, and the rest of it. Now, we don't need to, subject to questions from the commissioners, we don't really need to examine this in great detail because we've been through it before, and the National Commissioner has also been through this letter. But what is significant in the letter, and it's something that you raise in your statement, is that your view was that there should not be a disbandment of the team.
Yes.
So can I go to paragraph 152 of your statement? So after you explain that the report highlights all of this different aspects of the work of the, pardon me.
Very sorry to interrupt you mid-sentence, Ms. Hassim. Annexure SDK 26, only the cover letter at page 212 is legible. The report itself is illegible for the most part.
My apologies, Chair. I was aware that these copies were not legible and requested that more legible versions be placed in your files. And we can certainly do that.
Please. In this other bundle, this is the one with the CJCs, starting CJC 8, does it? I think so. To all the way to CJC 21. It does have a legible report, but may those be sorted out for us, please?
I think what happened,
We
Chair, when
can't, whilst going through the
Sure.
SDKs, then have to go to the CJCs. Thank
Absolutely.
You. Thank you very much.
I think there was confusion in carrying out that. We'll make sure that it's replaced with a legible copy. For now, Chair, may I request that any questions or references to it to use the CJC version.
Thank you.
But
Thank
we
you.
will correct the What page is it on?
Yes, Ms. Hassi.
Sorry, Commissioner Baloy, I was trying to answer your question. I'm not sure which page it's on. You've got,
I'm told it's CJ's, hang on. SDK 26 in CJC.
in
Found it.
in the
Found it.
CJC bundle.
Found it.
So, sorry, General, is your copy legible of SDK 26?
Yes, yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, so in paragraph 151 of your statement, you describe a general overview of what it is you addressed in the long report, SDK 26. And then at paragraph 152, can I ask you to just read that paragraph into the record, please?
Reading paragraph 152 to the record, insofar as the report had to include a write-up of the justification for the disbandment of the PKTT, it goes without saying that I could not justify the disbandment. Neither could the National Commissioner. The position has always been that the PKTT had to remain. Therefore, in the report to the Minister, the National Commissioner and I simply stated that the directive of the Minister to disband has been noted and that the initial objective and the directive by the President has been achieved with noticeable decrease of political related killings in KwaZulu-Natal as a result of PKTT's intervention and execution of its mandate. In other words, we did not agree with the disbandment, but this was a directive for the Minister and he had directed that this aspect be dealt with in the report.
Okay, so let's just look at that with reference to the report. In your bundle, General, it's at page 237. Commissioners, in your bundles, it would be page 25 of 27. In the pagination was probably the same because it was meant to be substituted. So page 237. And it's the bottom of that page, the conclusion. So, General, there in the conclusion, that confirms what you've just said in your statement. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioners.
So maybe you could read the first paragraph of the conclusion.
First paragraph of the conclusion on the report of the 22nd, paragraph 3.11. In conclusion, the task team has undeniably achieved and far exceeded the purpose for which it was established. No other task team in South Africa has achieved these successes, nor has been able to investigate and ensure successful prosecution of the perpetrators of politically related matters.
And then you continue in the second paragraph, and that's where you say the directive by the minister has been noted. And I just want to understand correctly what happens then in the rest of the rest of this report, which is now almost near its end.
Yes.
I just want to understand what you were saying. You were saying that you continued to make the proposal that now follows, because that was the request of the minister to include that in the report.
To include, let me continue. The paragraph starts with the directive by the minister to disband. The National Task Team has been noted. And the initial objective and the directive by the President has been achieved noticeably, as we say in the conclusion, also in my statement. Then the next paragraph says, the South African Police Service remains responsible for the finalization of those dockets in the possession of the task team, as well as finalization of dockets which are currently before court. The following steps are being taken to wind down the task team without compromising pending investigations or court purposes or court processes.
And then you set out the steps. And I
The
think
winding down steps
the
then
winding down
flowing
steps.
from the previous paragraph, Commissioner.
Yes. And those steps are also summarized in paragraph 153 of your statement. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And do I understand correctly that what these steps envisaged is that the dockets would remain with the PKTT until they were finalized?
That is correct, Commissioners, as from the first paragraph that says it is the South African Police Service responsibility to finalize all the investigations. So this is how then the process is going to be followed in order to ensure that all the investigations are finalized.
But the SAPS could be any part of the SAPS that can be responsible for the finalization. But what you proposed in those steps is that they must remain with the task team until they are concluded.
Thank you, Commissioners. In the same sentence that says the South African Police remains responsible for the finalization of the dockets in possession of the task team, as well as finalization of the dockets which are currently. So that was introducing the fact that the task team must see its work to the finalization.
Okay,
Is
so
that not Roman 2 that we should be looking at? The first sentence of Roman 2 on the same page 238.
that's correct. And maybe the witness could just read that.
It was also one
Roman 2.
of the advices or recommendations forwarded by the National Commissioner addressing this letter to the Minister as a response of the 31st December letter to say stakeholder engagement to be conducted with other external role players in the task team, especially the National Prosecuting Authority, who have a dedicated capacity of prosecutors working with the team.
It's the Roman numeral 2 that we were referring to. If you can read the first sentence of Roman numeral 2.
On the report.
Yes.
The 128 case dockets which are under investigation and allocated to the National Task Team will be retained by the team and investigations will be finalized. An audit will be done of those dockets that are still under the investigation in order to establish which dockets can be returned to the station of origins or allocated to other investigating units within SAPS.
Okay, so at that point in time, there was still 128 case dockets. They reduced as time went on.
As discussions were ongoing.
Yes.
Yes, Commissioners.
And then in Roman numeral 3, you proposed that no new dockets would be taken by or allocated to the task team.
That's correct.
And then you went on that the dockets that are currently pending at the courts will remain with the task team. And you explained why. The challenges, if you didn't do that, you explain it, and it's there. Maybe you could just read from the middle of middle of Roman numeral 4, new investigating officers?
Yes, the reasons provided under Roman figure 4, talking to the 115 case dockets, will that if they are allocated to the new investigating officers, those new investigating officers that are not familiar with evidence in the docket will make then the investigation to be unsuccessful. And also witnesses will not be willing to cooperate and testify due to lack of trust to the new investigators. As a witness, investigator A takes a statement from you and you move along with the prosecution. Now, in the middle of the case is on trial, that witness now must go on trial and testify, then a new investigating officer comes and say, let's go. So we were trying to raise that maybe all these were not thought of during, but we were going to be raised if there were consultations. Further investigations that are still outstanding and attending to the continuous queries by prosecutors was also going to be negatively affected.
Okay. So this was going to be a very gradual process. It would take quite some time.
Yes.
If you turn over the page to 239, at Roman numeral 7, you speak about the multidisciplinary approach.
6.
My copy is also not that legible, Chair. Thank you for the correction. It's 6. You talk about a multidisciplinary investigative approach that will be applied. Can you just explain what you are referring to in that paragraph? What is it that you were proposing, you and the National Commissioner?
Thank you, Commissioners. Yesterday, I stated that in all our reports, we are trying to maintain this view because that's what we believe in. Same applied to this report, that we are saying this multidisciplinary investigative approach, which we in short refer to it as analysis-led, more analysts than investigators, and prosecutor-guided investigation that is currently applied by the task team will be adopted. Now, it was the National Commissioner informing the Minister that it will be adopted and used to serve as a benchmark for the realignment of contract killings and organized crime investigations, and further directives will be issued in this regard.
So what do you mean here? Are you saying that the model of the PKTT then would be used as a benchmark? It would be replicated for the purposes of organized crime investigations and contract killing investigations?
Yes, Commissioners, put directly, one will say the direct meaning of this recommendation is let us retain the methodology and we use it as a transitional process from where we are, especially within the organized crime investigations environments of SAPS. Now, this talks to disband or remove the center of excellency, and then you start afresh. So this, in short, that's what it was trying to say let's retain, and then we build up from it.
So you'd replicate the model, the method
Yes.
of the PKTT?
Yes.
You say, General, this was to be transitional. Looking at 6, Roman numeral 6, it does not sound as if this was meant to be transitional. I read it to have been intended to be permanent, once implemented, to be permanent. Am I incorrect? Am I misreading it?
The interpretation, thank you, Commissioners Chair, the interpretation might be right from the chairperson's point of view, but if read as a whole, that paragraph, it starts by explaining the multidisciplinary investigative approach. What is it? And then we are saying that is the approach applied by this team currently. And National Commissioners say this approach will be adopted instead of using transition, will be adopted and used to serve as a benchmark to standardize the investigation of all contract killings as well as violent organized crime.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Chair. So that report, we come to the end, it's got the signature of the National Commissioner and the date. And then there is a space below it for comments and for signature by the Minister, but there is no signature. I take it that means it was never approved, adopted, or signed by the Minister.
If I may go back to the pressure between the 18th and the 19th, 2 days to come up with a 27-page report that up to now, it has not been approved. It's still empty. So that will mean the hard work put during those 28 hours came to nothing because the report is not approved or not signed, or it's.
So what was the response of the Minister to this? Was there any response from the Minister to this letter? Was there a verbal response? Was there some other written response from the Minister?
Thank you, Commissioners. From the compiler's point of view, there was no response. Even after inquiring from the writer, who is the National Commissioner, I got feedback that there was no response up to date.
So the next thing that happened then, according to your statement, is can you tell us what happened then on the 4th of February?
Before you do that, General, let's just finish off on these two documents. Can you explain what appears to be an anomaly? We earlier looked at the email from Brigadier Letoko, where she says to the Deputy National Commissioner, your office is further, this is the email we looked at earlier, on the email of the 7th, I think it is. It says, your office is further requested to submit a close-up report to be submitted on 14 January for NETCOM consideration and sign-off to the Minister. So there's that direction from someone who's sitting in the office of the National Commissioner. And then on the 17th, which is later than the 14th, on the 17th, you then have that document that you were looking at from General Sibiya, which tells you what he requires, the information that you're supposed to report on. And then that's on the 17th of January. And then on the 22nd of January, you and the National Commissioner are submitting or completing this report that you were discussing now, which is completely different in content from what the Deputy National Commissioner Sibiya required of you in his letter of the 17th. Now, the Letoko email suggests there's an instruction from the National Commissioner. Well, on its terms, it says there's an instruction But it suggests that it comes from the National Commissioner because it comes from that office, at least on the face of it.
Yes.
And then General Sibiya appears to act in accordance, I say appears, on the face of it, by writing to you on the 17th with all of those directions and instructions. But then the National Commissioner works with you to prepare a completely different report. How does one explain this anomaly? Or how do you explain it? Or what is your understanding of what happened that see us having this letter from General Sibiya, and then you have a completely different report from the National Commissioner, as if they were not talking to each other?
Thank you, Commissioners. Attempting to explain this anomaly, one will summarize maybe the chain of events as I had given in details, that the email that I received on the 7th, that is talking to the due date of the 13th, I did not do anything because I could not understand. So that is the first part of anomaly from my side, that I receive an email with one line and there is no attachment. I have lots of questions that I'm asking myself, and when I ask those questions from the Deputy National Commissioner, I don't get clear answers as to what must happen. That's anomaly number one. Hence, then I took a decision after making a call to the National Commissioner who's on leave. I took a decision to wait until the 14th when he came back. Indeed, he came back. We had the discussion that I've explained in details, which came up with two resolutions to prepare for the briefing of the minister on the 16th on the issues that I've highlighted on. Then the other anomaly now comes with this directive or letter dated the 17th to me, because the last due date that I was given and it was not met was the 13th on the email. Then it died natural death, that is anomaly, that 13th. Then on the 17th, when I receive this, it gives the previous day as a due date, other than the fact that as we were going through, other than the fact that it was not easy to understand and not easy to, and also the other factor that one has to put that led to this anomaly. On the 14th, during the meeting, I had to share with the National Commissioner my confusion since the 31st of December up to the 7th of January, the one-line email. Then that's when then he said, okay, now me and you are going to work on this. So the first thing, let us prepare the briefing of the minister on the 16th on these separate issues. And then let us also prepare the report for the 20th as a due date.
I'm asking a more direct question. Maybe it wasn't clear, General, and I apologize for that. What I would like to understand is, does it mean, because you worked with the National Commissioner to produce this report of the 22nd of January, does it mean that the National Commissioner had not authorized General Sibiya to send you that directive That's what I'm trying to understand. And because you had been discussing and talking to the National Commissioner, you would know what the position was.
Thank you, Commissioner, for simplifying the question. It's much easier. The response will be exactly that. From the meeting of the 14th, the agreement was we are working with the National Commission, myself and the National Commissioner on this process. Now, when the letter of the 17th comes, confusing and contradicting itself as it is, but I did not consider complying with it because I had this other plan and the arrangement and the instructions from a more senior officer.
In short, is it correct, would it be correct to characterize it this way? General Sibiya went and did his own thing when he sent you this directive. He didn't have the approval of the National Commissioner.
That's correct.
Would that be accurate?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. So this was in response to the directive from the Minister that a preliminary report must be provided by the 20th of January. And the directive of the Minister goes on to say the final and closing report must be submitted to the Ministry-Management Executive Committee meeting late January 2025. The date of which will be communicated as soon as possible. And I have two questions. One is, did that meeting take place? And was that final report or any final report prepared?
I am not a member of that forum, but then I can respond like if this was going to be part of the agenda, I was going to be requested to prepare a discussion paper or a report. So based on that, I will say then it did not happen.
Okay, so that was 22nd. The next thing, General, we were then going to 155 of your statement because the next thing that happens is on the 4th of February. And that was when General Sintumule engaged you. Can you just quickly give us a description of what happened on that date?
Then I did not hear anything about this whole process then after the submission of the report to the National Commissioner on the 20th of January. Up until the 4th of February 2025, when then I became aware of a letter, now an instruction from Lieutenant General Sibiya to Lieutenant General Sintumule regarding the handing over of the dockets.
And that's SDK 27 at page 241 of the bundle. And that letter requires that all the cases or projects relevant to the political killings task team should be, I think it was that it should be provided to or handed over to General Sintumule. Is that right?
Yes. The Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence and the Divisional Commissioner Detective Services, which is Jan Sintumule, we are both reporting to the same Deputy National Commissioner. Now, the first letter of the 17th is addressed to me, but it has got a lot of reference to the Divisional Commissioner detective services, but it's only addressed to me. So that is that is one of the reasons also one then did not attend to it. Over and above that, the process was continuing with the National Commissioner. Now, on the 4th, this one now is addressed to the Divisional Commissioner, Detective and Forensic Services alone, only, from the same supervisor, giving...
So you were not copied?
I became aware of it, but it was not addressed to my office, to me. The directives were for the addressee. But now, because the addressee, to comply with the instruction, had to liaise with me, that's why then I had to be aware of the correspondence.
Okay, so it's quite clear in paragraph 5 of this letter that it says, in compliance with the Minister's directive, you are directed to engage with the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence with a view to the proper handing over and to follow all processes necessary to conduct a handing over process. So this is from General Sibiya to General Sintumule.
Yeah.
So 17th of January is addressed to you. You hear nothing back.
Yeah.
And the next thing is this letter, which is that the handover must be done,
Yeah.
and that General Sintumule must engage with you. And
Yeah.
then did she? Did she engage with you?
Yes, she did. She did engage with me, not even once. She did engage with me plenty of times, General Sintumule.
She engaged with you many times?
Yes, many
after
times.
This letter?
After this letter, with reference to paragraph 5 of the letter.
So when she engaged with you, she was asking you to hand over the dockets
Yes,
and
to comply with the instruction, because it's her who has been instructed. So mine is to take the dockets that I'm accounting for and give to her so as she can comply.
And did you?
Yes, I did. I did give the dockets to her.
When did you give it to her?
The date, it's supposed to be further down my affidavit. There were 2 dates when the dockets were handed over.
Was it after the meeting with the minister on the 27th of March or before?
Way after, yeah, no, around that time. I think the 28th, the first batch of dockets were handed over, and then
Okay.
the following month, the 3 remaining dockets, then I handed over to her.
And what's the explanation for the delay between 4 February to 28 March?
Firstly, there were lots of activities that were happening. Between the 4th of February 2025 and the 5th of March 2025, which talks to the whole month. So it was during that period when the Divisional Commissioner, Detectives and Forensic Services then was engaging me on the need of me handing over these dockets to her so as she can comply with the directives. And then on the 5th of March, that is when then on paragraph 156, there was another activity that talks to the political killings task team.
Okay, and that was
Brigitte Hassim, the reference we're looking for is paragraph 171 on page 69.
Yes, the 28th of March was when it was handed, when dockets were handed over. That's correct. Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. And that was after the meeting with the minister on the 27th. And I was asking you why there was such a big delay between this and the 4th of February, between the 28th of March and the 4th of February. And you said there were a lot of activities that were taking place in the interim.
Yes.
Right? And one of them is the 5th of March, appearing before the Portfolio Committee, where you made a presentation.
That is correct, Commissioner.
And that presentation is attached as SDK 29 in the bundle. And, you know, this presentation was prepared for the Portfolio Committee. Did you make the presentation to the Portfolio Committee?
Yes, Commissioner, I was in attendance of the Portfolio Committee and I did present the same presentation.
And what was the, there were, well, you, maybe let's just go to that paragraph. It's paragraph 156. And can you just read paragraph 156?
On the 5th of March 2025, I appeared before the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Police for a briefing on challenges relating to an instability of the Crime Intelligence Division, including the background on the investigation against Major General Khan, then 2, background and status of political killings task team, and then 3, details about KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Commissioner's interview during 2025 Police Day.
Okay,
That was in line with the invitation from the Portfolio Committee. 2 of the issues that were on the agenda were going to be presented by myself, and 1 was going to be presented by Provincial Commissioner Kaiser.
So you were requested by the committee to address these 3 topics?
These topics.
Well, okay, you and the Provincial Commissioner.
Yeah.
Okay. So one of the topics, as we know, is on the PKTT. And can we go to paragraph 157 then?
Before you do that, Ms. Hassim, you moved a bit too fast for me. I didn't realize you had moved off this letter. General, that letter from General Sibiya of the 4th of February, this is the letter to the Divisional Commissioner, Detective and Forensic Services. Now, the last paragraph, 7, at page 242, it says you are required to ensure, this is to General Sintumule, you say, you are required to ensure that this is done within 7 days after listing what it is that is required of him. It says you are to do this within 7 days, in also considering the content of the attached correspondence sent to the Divisional Commissioner, which you will also ensure that the closing report is submitted as per the directive of the National Commissioner. Now, this is the 4th of February. Had the National Commissioner issued a directive to General Sibiya or to you or to anyone to submit a closing report?
No, thank you, Commissioner. No, this was the continuation of the anomaly that started from the 13th, 14th, 17th. So this was still the continuation where 2 conflicting processes were continuing.
Yes. And would General Sibiya have been aware that you and the National Commissioner prepared and submitted that report of the 22nd of January to the Minister? Do you expect him, or do you know whether he was aware of it?
No, I won't know, Commissioner, other than to rely on the feedback that I got from the National Commissioner when I was asking for the way forward.
Yes.
That said, no, don't mind. I've told General Sibiya to leave this thing to the two of us.
Okay.
So based on that, I'll take it that he was aware that the National Commissioner is dealing with this issue.
All right. And lastly, from your discussions with the National Commissioner, or in your discussions with the National Commissioner, did you inform him about this approach from General Sintumule to you?
The
National Commissioner, did you, now that...
with specific reference, Commissioner, to the letter dated the 17th.
The letter of the 17th, but also that General Sintumule has now spoken to you because of this latest letter from General Sibiya. Well,
yes, Commissioner, I was continuously updating the National Commissioner every time I receive a letter that is contrary to what we are doing. Then I'll report and share the letter with him.
okay. And do you know if he ever spoke to General Sibiya about this parallel process?
I won't know, Commissioner, if he did speak.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Okay, so we are in March at the Portfolio Committee, and you'd been requested by the Portfolio Committee to address those three topics. One of the topics relates to the PKTT, and you made a presentation on the PKTT to the Portfolio Committee. Now, your presentation is here as SDK 29, and it's quite long, and we don't really need to go into the weeds on it. But as I understand it, it's in two parts. The first is on crime intelligence and the work of crime intelligence, and the second part deals with the PKTT. Is that right?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And if I can just turn then to page 273 of that presentation. That page explains the contents of the report that is to follow. And the headings, if you can just read out what the headings are.
The headings that were included in the briefing to the Portfolio Committee, the first one was the background of the political killings task team, followed by the funding and expenditure since inception. And then the third one, successes achieved. The fourth one, the current status of the political killings task team.
Okay. So in this presentation, apart from the background and the update on the work, much of this has already been presented to the Commission by yourself and by General Mkhwanazi. There is a slide that deals with the budget. Just going to find it. It's page 277. And this slide talks, it sets out the, correct me if I'm wrong, but the expenditure of the PKTT from 2018, which would be July 2018, until February 2025. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And all of these, can you explain to the Commission where this information comes from and whether it was in line with the budget that had been approved for the PKTT? And can you confirm that there had been, that was my sub-question,